Por favor. Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendants, and we're back on the record. State versus Kelly, and the state can call us next witness.
The state is recalling Officer or Deputy Castaneda to the stand. I believe we were in the defense's cross-examination when we took the break for the experts last week.
Morning, ma'am. All right, I'm sure you're aware of this, but just for the record, you're still under oath. You're still under oath. Yes, good. All right. The defense can continue with its cross-examination.
So just to recap, we were talking about this last time, but you arrived at the property, Border Patrol was already there, they were doing some preliminary searching, and you and other deputies did some searching of this property, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing Border Patrol do a perimeter search of the house? Do you remember that?
I recall them being there.
And you don't know where exactly they were in relation to the house when you arrived?
No.
Okay. So when you searched this area, describe for me why you searched the area that you searched.
Because the information provided to us was that Mr. Kelly had walked outside his house and started following us, the subjects that he had seen carrying, possibly carrying weapons and backpacks.
And the area that you searched, did you search it because that's where these subjects have supposedly been seen?
Repeat that question, Rick.
Yes, the particular area that you searched with the other, it was 3 other deputies, right?
Correct.
Was that an area that you searched because that is where Mr. Kelly had been seen or where these subjects had been seen?
I don't exactly recall why we started in the area where we started.
Do you know who has that information? Which deputy?
No.
Okay, but one of you in that group of 4 had some information that we need to search this general area, right?
Yes.
And I think the state showed you a picture of a map. I'm gonna show you some drone footage. Can we put this up? It's already been admitted. This is State's Exhibit 36. I'm just gonna play the footage for you. It goes from the patio on the east side of the house out over the desert area. And then it sort of turns around so you have a view looking back at the house. When it gets to that view, I'm gonna pause it and you can tell me if you can show me on there where you guys all fanned out, okay? Oh, I was trying to pause it. Let me go back or forward. And if you see a spot that looks like something that you can recognize that would be helpful, you can tell me to pause it there. Okay, I'm gonna pause right there. Is that a helpful view for you to be able to describe where it was that you guys searched approximately? Okay. And you mentioned you went over the first fence on 2 ladders. Can you show us where those were? Do you know how to mark on there on the screen?
Yes. I'm not able to see the ladders, but they were somewhere close to this.
Close to the pump house?
Yes, close to that.
So I see the big house, and then to the right, there's that little small structure, which is the pump house. And then if you go a little bit further to the right, I think you can see the horse right there. Are the ladders more or less in that area where the horse is?
Yes.
Okay. And can you do you know how to draw on the screen?
Yes.
Could you go ahead and just put a mark on there where the horse is to show where the ladders are? I'll see if I can get rid of this thing on the bottom. I can't. Oh, well. Okay. There we go. So that's where you all crossed over the first fence, right?
Correct.
And then I think you said you were all sort of together going through to the second fence,
Correct.
right? And then can you show me where it is that you fanned out, if you can?
I wouldn't be able to tell you from here.
Does it need to back up a little further?
Probably yes.
Let me see if I can move it. Okay. Oh, maybe that's not helpful. Okay. Can you just describe, in relation to the house, the search, my understanding is it's further away from the house than what's on this image. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you just describe, in relation to the house, at what line approximately you all were searching? So if we drew a line back to the house from where you guys were, what would those lines look like? Could you draw them for us?
So you want me to draw it from how we walked out to the fence line? Is that what you?
I want you to draw, if you're already on the other side of the second fence, because that's when you fanned out, correct?
Yes.
Draw lines going back to the house from where all of you were fanning out. I know you didn't go back to the house, but I think that'll just give us an idea of how spread out you were and where you were in general. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just not really sure exactly where we started and to go towards the ladder.
I'm talking about after you get over the second fence and then you spread out. I'm just trying to get an idea of how far spread out, what the distribution was like.
I'm not really sure how I would be able to. I don't see the second fence line here.
Hang on.
I apologize.
Oh, that might have been you. You can hit undo. There we go. Okay. So you can see the first fence line in this picture, right?
Yes, I believe it's should I mark it?
Yeah, just put a point on there so we can see where the first fence line is.
I believe the first fence line is right here.
Okay, and then the second fence line is down at sort of the bottom of this picture, right?
Correct.
And you guys did not search this area in between the fences, right?
Correct.
And why not? Why didn't you search that area?
Because I'm not sure.
Okay, so you go over the second fence and you all spread out and search from there.
Correct.
How far apart were each of you when you were searching beyond the second fence?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know what order you were in? Was somebody to your right and somebody to your left? Were you at the far end? How do you remember that?
No, I was somewhere in the middle. I couldn't tell you the exact order.
Okay, and then you just continued onward until you hit a wash, is that right?
Yes.
And once you hit the wash, do you follow the wash to the right or to the south to hit a road?
No, I kept on walking south until I hit a third fence line.
Did you south through the wash?
I crossed the wash. I went onto the wash and then out the wash.
Okay, so you continued going east, is what you're saying?
At the time I was heading south.
Okay, and then you eventually hit another fence line somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know how far away that was from the house?
No.
Okay, and then you came back to the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was because you had heard that the homeowner had been located?
Correct.
All right, and so how did you go back to the house?
I walked back until I hit a dirt road. That's where I met Deputy Cabrera and Deputy Monreal.
Okay. And just to be clear, when you were searching, you were carrying a rifle, is that right?
Yes.
That was because of the nature of the call, that was dangerous, right?
Yes.
And you were looking for people who were potentially armed, is that right?
Correct.
And you were looking for people who were maybe potentially hiding, right?
Correct.
And you were looking for people who might potentially be injured, right?
Not at the time.
No, you weren't looking for people who might be injured?
Not at the time.
Okay, but you were looking for people who might pose a threat?
Correct.
Okay. And then when you go back to the house, is the homeowner already there? Just describe to me going back to the house.
I walked back to the dirt road where I met Deputy Cabrera and Deputy Monreal, and Mr. Kelly was present there. Then I got on to the deputies' unit, and they gave me a ride back to the house.
So you met up with Mr. Kelly out on the property somewhere?
I saw him out of the property. Yes.
Okay, and then you went back to the house and he went back walking, right?
Correct.
When you got back to the house, what did you do next at the house?
I talked to Ms. Wanda Kelly,
Who else talked to Wanda Kelly when you were there?
Sergeant Garcia.
Okay, so both you and Sergeant Garcia were having a conversation with Wanda Kelly, is that right?
Yes.
And describe Mrs. Kelly's demeanor when she was having a conversation with you.
She appeared to be confused to me.
Why do you say that?
It was just I don't know, the way she was answering when I would ask a question.
Did she seem distraught when you were speaking with her?
Could you use a different word for it?
Did she seem upset?
Not really upset,
Did she seem agitated,
a little bit.
nervous,
Yes.
shaken up maybe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how long you spoke to Mrs. Kelly at that time?
No.
Did you ask her, you didn't ask her to do a walkthrough of the scene or anything like that, correct?
I don't recall. No.
So you didn't ask her to say, show me where you were standing when you first saw people or anything like that, right?
I don't recall asking that.
And you didn't ask her, did you, how far away were they? Which direction were they going? Show me precisely where you saw them. You didn't do anything like that with her, right?
No.
Okay. Do you remember? Can we take that down, Valeria? I want to make sure nothing pops up on the screen up there. Both you and Deputy Garcia or Sergeant Garcia had this conversation with Mrs. Kelly, correct?
Yes.
And you documented this conversation in your report, correct?
Yes.
Presumably Deputy Garcia also documented this conversation in her report, right?
I would assume so.
And that's standard practice. Whenever you go out, everybody documents these kinds of things in their reports, right?
Correct.
And you and Deputy Garcia are having the same conversation with Mrs. Kelly, right?
Yes.
And so the reports that you both wrote should contain essentially the same statements. Is that correct?
They should.
Do you recall Mrs. Kelly telling you that she heard shots?
Yes.
And would it surprise you to learn, well, did you document that in your report, that Mrs. Kelly stated that she heard shots?
Yes.
And so Sergeant Garcia also should have documented that in her report, correct?
She should have documented what she heard.
Would it surprise you to hear that Sergeant Garcia in her report documented that Mrs. Kelly stated she did not hear any shots?
And she would have documented what she heard at the time.
If she documented that Mrs. Kelly stated, I didn't hear any shots, Sergeant Garcia would be incorrect, is that right?
Again, she would have documented what she heard.
And you would have documented what you heard, correct?
Correct.
And if you documented, Mrs. Kelly said she heard shots, and if Sergeant Garcia documented, Mrs. Kelly said she didn't hear shots, then one of you is wrong, is that right?
Potentially.
Unless Mrs. Kelly said both of those things, right?
She could have said both things.
And if she said both of those things, that would be pretty strange, right?
Yes.
And that's something that you would probably document in your report, right?
I would have.
If she said both of those things, right?
Correct.
But you didn't document that in your report, right?
Documented what I recalled hearing from her.
And what you recall hearing from her is, I heard shots.
This has been asked and answered, let's move on.
When you were speaking with Mrs. Kelly, you didn't record this interview, did you?
No,
And Sergeant Garcia obviously didn't record the interview either, correct?
not to my knowledge.
And obviously, if there was a recording, then it could be cleared up exactly as to what was said, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but we don't have that in this case.
No.
And the same is true for Mr. Kelly, correct?
Correct.
So people spoke with Mr. Kelly, but nobody recorded his statements, right?
Not on my end.
Do you know if anybody recorded his statements?
I'm not sure.
And after speaking with Mr. and Mrs. Kelly, you get more of the story, is that correct?
Yes.
So you learn from these interviews that in general, they heard a shot or shots, right?
Correct.
And then they saw some people running with rifles and backpacks, correct?
Possibly carrying rifles and backpacks.
Right, and then after you received that information, nobody did any additional searching, is that right?
Correct.
Why didn't you do any additional searching?
Because at the time Mr. Kelly had been located, our main concern was Mr. Kelly's safety and not finding any subjects. We assumed that the threat that we had responded to was no longer there.
But you were getting information about a pretty serious crime, is that right?
Yes.
I mean, people carrying backpacks and rifles, that's a serious crime, right?
Carrying a rifle is not a crime.
If you're trespassing on someone's property, that's a crime, right?
Trespassing, yes.
And if you're carrying a rifle while you're trespassing on someone's property, that makes it a bit more serious, right?
Potentially, yes.
And potentially dangerous, right?
Yes.
And if you're carrying backpacks that are highly suspicious, that's possibly indicative of a crime, correct?
Not necessarily.
Are you in a high drug trafficking area when you respond to Mr. Kelly's property?
Undocumented immigrant trafficking area.
Drug trafficking also?
In the 6 years that I've worked for the sheriff's office, I haven't responded to a call and that involves drug dealing in that area.
You did on January 30th, didn't you?
The call was in reference to subjects running with carrying backpacks and rifles.
With large backpacks and rifles, right?
Correct.
You put two and two together, that's possible drug trafficking, right?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
You get this information about these crimes being committed on Mr. Kelly's property, and you get information about a shot being fired, correct?
Correct.
Shooting is on somebody's property without their permission is a crime, right?
Correct.
Shooting at another person is obviously a crime, right?
Correct.
And that could have been happening out there based on the information you received, right?
Potentially, yes.
And even after receiving that information, nobody thought to go do a more thorough search of this area, right?
Not at the time.
Nobody thought to possibly go look for the source of that single shot that Mr. Kelly reported, right?
We did went out to search for the source when we first arrived while we were looking for the subjects and Mr. Kelly.
I'm talking about after Mr. Kelly tells you about that single shot and the subjects that he saw. You didn't go do a more thorough search after that.
Not after the first search.
And you're aware, obviously, that later in the day, a body was discovered, correct?
Yes.
And that body was discovered with a single gunshot wound, correct?
Yes.
And you later learned that that was in that general area that you folks had been searching, correct?
In the general area, yes.
And so now there's the question of, was this body there when we searched the area and did we just miss it, right? That's one possibility, right?
Potentially.
Or was this body not there when we searched this area? That's another possibility, right?
Potentially.
And that's a question that we have that's unanswered, correct?
Correct.
And that question possibly could have been answered if after Mr. Kelly gave you information, you folks had gone out there and done a thorough search of that area, right?
Yes.
Then we would know for sure, right?
Yes.
But now we don't, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else, Sharon.
Thank you. Redirect.
Deputy Castaneda, if Mr. Kelly had told you that he went out onto the patio and fired 9 shots east towards people, or even if he told you he shot them in the air, would you have done a more thorough search?
Yes.
Council asked you about Ms. Kelly's statements to you while you were out there that day, is that right?
Yes.
And what specifically did Mrs. Kelly tell you about the shots that she heard?
She told me that she heard shots.
And what else did you document when she told you that she heard shots? Do you recall?
No.
If you looked at your report, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
No, I wasn't sure if
Oh,
I was
please,
able to.
go right ahead. Please look at your report.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. What was it that Mrs. Kelly told you about the shots and what did you document?
That she heard shots and that she appeared to be confused at the time.
And what did you say in your report that she appeared to be confused about?
Could I refresh?
Yes, please.
I apologize. She said that she was confused about, I documented it. She appeared to be confused about what she heard.
So she's confused about what she heard
Correct.
as you're asking her about the gunshots.
Correct.
And did you ask her if these individuals were carrying backpacks and rifles?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said that they were carrying rifles, and I asked her if all of them were carrying rifles.
And how did she respond?
She said no.
She said not all of them were carrying rifles.
Correct.
When you spoke to Mrs. Kelly, did she tell you who she heard shooting?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You've been hearing hearsay from this witness on both sides, so objection's overruled.
So nothing in your report documents who she heard shooting the weapon, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I had, Joe.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, any questions from the jury for this witness? Very well. Jury's allowed to ask questions. There's one word you wrote. I can't read your writing as to one word. It's Deputy Castaneda, something question mark.
The question of what, may I orally ask what?
Well, what's that word? Deputy, and then Deputy Castaneda. I can read the rest of it, but what's that one word? Deputy Castaneda, it's like,
Indicated that
okay, got it. All right, thank you. All right, the question from the jurors, the juror is, Deputy Castaneda indicated that all were armed with rifles or some. So we're gonna try to clarify this and answer this question through additional questioning from the parties, first the state. I'll give the question to the clerk. Go ahead.
First of all, Deputy, did you talk to Mr. Kelly about what he said that he observed that day?
Yes,
And what did Mr. Kelly tell you with respect to the subjects, the individuals that he saw, and whether or not they were carrying rifles?
he advised me, or he told me that he observed them wearing backpacks and possibly carrying rifles.
So his word to you was possibly.
Correct,
And then did you speak to Mrs. Kelly?
yes,
And Mrs. Kelly also told you that she thought she observed rifles, is that right?
correct.
And what did she say about when you asked her whether they were all carrying rifles? What was her response?
She said no.
I think that's all I had, Judge, thank you.
Larkin?
When you asked Mrs. Kelly, were they all carrying rifles, and she said no, she had previously stated that some of them certainly were carrying rifles, correct?
She didn't mention certainly, she said,
But she said she saw rifles or a rifle, right?
correct,
Okay. And just to be clear, neither of these conversations were recorded by anybody as far as you know, right?
correct.
I don't have anything else.
All right, any other questions for this witness from the jurors? Sir, did that answer your question?
usually does.
Very good, all right. Thank you, Officer Sergeant. Good step down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And this,
Can we discuss the schedule?
all right. State can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Deputy Lopez.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me God.
Good afternoon. I guess it's morning, isn't it? I don't even know what day it is. Sorry about that. Could you tell the jury, please, your full name and your occupation?
My name is Rafael Lopez. I'm currently a deputy sheriff at the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a police officer?
10 years.
And have you spent all that time with the Sheriff's Department?
I started in 2009, October 2009, with the Sheriff's Department as a detention officer. I spent 2 years at the detention center. I was applied for a patrol division and I was accepted in 2011. I then attended the academy, the Soletzi Academy in Tucson, Arizona, and graduated in 2012.
Could you maybe pull the microphone a little closer to you? I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Maybe you could just pull it closer.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you. You're soft-spoken like me, so. Could you tell us, you said you attended the academy. Is that the standard academy we've heard other officers talk about? Anything unusual about your academy?
It's a Soletzi Academy in Tucson, Arizona. It's a Southern Arizona law enforcement training center.
And how long's the academy?
I stayed there since September 2011 till January of 27th, which is when I graduated in 2012.
And you've been with the Sheriff's Department ever since?
Yes,
And were you on duty on January 30th of 2023?
yes, I was.
And what were you doing that day, early in the day?
I was working at the school when I heard the call.
And what were you doing at the school?
I was a school resource officer
So at the time you were assigned as a school resource officer?
at that time, yes.
And what kind of call came out that would pull a school resource officer?
Emergency call, alert tone.
And alert tone, we heard about that earlier. That's when you hear a specific sound on the dispatch?
Yes, actually, since I'm assigned to the school, I'm supposed to stay there till the day ends, and it was around that time. So I did hear the call earlier. Once I was done with traffic and everything, I proceeded to the area as well, just to, even though I knew already there were deputies at the scene, I just proceeded in case they needed some backup or assistance.
All right, so you finished up your school day and then you decided to head on out to the call? Is that
Yes,
okay? So when you arrived, do you know how many other deputies were on scene?
there were 2, 3, 4.
Do you know what time you arrived at the scene?
I left from school at 15:06 and arrived sometime 15:27, 15:28 hours.
So close to 3:30 in the afternoon?
Yes,
When you got there, what's the first thing you observed when you arrived?
I saw the patrol cars in the area, and I went straight to one of them. Somebody, I think I heard over the radio that they were looking for Mr. George Kelly, or a subject with 2 dogs and a rifle. So I went and approached one of the units, the patrol cars, and that was Sergeant Julia Garcia.
And after you saw, after you spoke with Sergeant Garcia, what did you observe next?
Well, when I was talking to her car to car, she mentioned that she could hear dogs and she pointed to a distance and then we saw that there was two border patrols coming and with a male subject. And she said it was probably him.
So you saw two border patrol officers, and what were they doing? Were they walking? Were they in a vehicle? What?
They were walking with Mr. Kelly.
And you later identified him as Mr. Kelly?
They did, because he was walking towards patrol cars and they said it was him. So I just remained there for a few minutes and then I knew it was him because that was the reason I was there to kind of go search for him. And they said it was him.
And what did you see of him when you were there?
He was carrying a rifle and his dogs were with him.
And you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you describe what he's wearing for the court, please?
he's wearing his blue shirt and blue vest.
And could the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
So
And after you knew that Mr. Kelly had been located, and that was why you were there, was to help locate him, what did you do next?
I just went back. I left the scene. I think they remained there still while I left.
So you were there pretty briefly, it sounds like.
Yeah, probably 10 minutes or less.
Did you have some involvement in this case later in the day?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what started that involvement later in the day?
Well, I was actually working Operation Stone Garden.
And could you explain what that is to the jury, please?
It's a different assignment that we work ourselves at after we're done with our patrol duties. We sign up for that. It's usually overtime. It is overtime. So what happens there is that this operation, it's working alongside or in conjunction with Border Patrol to assist with any illegal narcotics or immigrants coming in through the border. What happened that day, I came in at to work Stone Garden at 4 p.m. That's why I left the scene that day, so I could be on time to start the other assignment. I started at 4 p.m. and then it runs from 4 to 8 p.m. But while I was working Stone Garden, I was assigned to Duquesne Road, which is nearby where the incident had occurred earlier with Mr. Kelly. So I took it upon myself to go check the side dirt roads that lead to the border. And I was just in case I saw, because they had mentioned there were subjects running earlier. And I said, you know what, I'll check just in case there's somebody hiding or it's already past 3 hours or 2 hours since this occurred. They could now think that we're not here. We'll probably, if there's somebody walking in the area, I'll probably see them. So I went to a Forest Service road, which is a side dirt road that leads to the border. And I was there when I heard another call from dispatch.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what you're telling me. You check out of the call at the Kelly residence and you check on to Stone Garden, but you decide you're gonna go ahead and search the area because you're concerned.
Because they assigned me to that area, Duquesne, which is the road that passes through Kingdom Springs village, in Duquesne. It leads to the, that area, near the ranch.
And so you said you drove down a Forest Service road. And did I understand you to say the Forest Service road that goes to the border?
Yeah, those Forest Service roads, technically, they're roads that interconnect and they lead to the border. If
Okay.
you follow them all the way, they lead to the border wall or the fence.
Did you see anything while you were looking in this area?
No, I was looking, and I didn't see anybody in the area.
And then I think you documented in your report that you were at Duquesne in a Forest Service road. Which Forest Service road was that?
4667.
Okay, and when you were at that Forest Service road in Duquesne, what's the next thing that happened?
I heard over the radio that dispatch was saying that Border Patrol had called, saying that to proceed again to the same area where we had gone before, which was Mr. Kelly's place, and mentioned that he had struck something.
And what time did this call come out?
Around 1756,
And what time is that in non-military time?
like 5:56 p.m.
And when you got this call, what did you do?
Even though I was nearby, I decided to go and assist because this call was given to the patrol officers, whoever was in charge of that district. But I decided to go myself as well, just to make sure everything was fine. I actually arrived before the patrol officer that was supposed to head over there. I arrived before.
Okay, so there, a patrol officer got deployed as well, and you, because you're in the area, went ahead and responded.
Because, yeah, it was, the call was given to a patrol officer,
All right,
the assigned one, and since it's too far from Eureka for them to make it all the way to the ranch, and I was nearby, I proceeded myself as well.
was there something about the call that led you to be concerned before you arrived?
Well, yes, because earlier we had heard that there were shots fired and we didn't know if it was something was going on again. So that's why I decided to go and assist. Just
When you got there, at some point, you were concerned enough that you did something. What did you do when you arrived?
Well, actually, when I arrived to the gate, I saw Mr. Kelly coming towards the gate. He was on the phone, and I decided to turn on my recorder, my issued recorder from the sheriff's office.
What caused you to do that?
Well, the reason was that we knew that earlier the reports were that shots were fired. So I needed the information just to get it correct.
And did you document this recording? Did you put that into evidence?
I did.
And when you put that into evidence, what item number did you mark it with?
Item number 1RL.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that item?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
because it's a copy of the CD that I turned in for the recording that I got that day.
know that it's a copy of that recording?
It says here, Lopez recording of Kelly.
Did you review that recording and initial and date it on the back of that envelope?
That was on July 25th of 23, which was last year, when I went and reviewed it and initialed it.
And is that an accurate copy of the recording the recording you made of Mr. Kelly on January 30th of 2023?
Yes,
Fair to move for admission of State's Exhibit 38?
No objection.
Exhibit 38 is admitted.
Fair to permission to publish?
Permission granted. Do we need to dim the lights or?
Your Honor, it's just an audio recording, but I do have a stack of transcripts to hand out for everyone that I've provided to the JAA with the court's permission.
Just for the record, I'd object on the best evidence rule. I think that just hearing the recording is better than the transcript.
And Your Honor, I can lay the foundation for the transcript as well because the deputies
Or
observed
is
that.
is the audio difficult to hear?
It can be judged, it's just for everyone's convenience in following along. There are some of it is kind of faded in and out, so you really have to listen.
And it's all audio, it's not video. All right, you can go ahead and distribute those to the jurors. But so members of the jury, you're gonna get a transcript of whatever it is you're gonna hear. The evidence is the recording itself. The transcript is not evidence. The transcript is just there to, it's not being admitted, so it's not going into evidence. The transcript is there to aid you, if you want, to try to understand what's being said on the recording. But if you hear something different on the recording from what's in the transcript, the recording is the evidence, not the transcript. It's kind of like another one of those, what I call demonstrative exhibits. And listen carefully, because when you go back into the jury room to deliberate the case, the evidence will be recorded and you won't have the transcript. So the objection's overruled.
And just for the record, Deputy Lopez, did you also review the transcript that we're gonna look at with this recording as well?
yes.
And was it accurate?
Yes, I did do a correction on, which is on page 3, fourth line. On my report, it said if he shot it, and on the recording, it says who shot it. I asked him
But you
who
said,
shot it. That I made that correction.
okay,
He for who?
it should be he shot him,
No,
not
who shot it?
It should say who shot it.
Yeah, it's on page 3.
Okay,
So the correction's been made on the transcript.
the correction was actually to his report, is what I understand, is that right?
Yeah, to the supplemental report, yeah. It's later was discovered on, and that word was changed to who shot it.
Okay, so the transcript's actually accurate.
Yes, I also made the correction on the first line of the supplemental report. The case number was listed as 21-01-30-006 instead of, on the report, instead of 23-01-30-006.
Okay,
That was fixed, and then,
but that's not the transcript, right? That's an error, both are errors in your report.
yeah, no, the transcript, the only error was that, the he for a who.
Okay.
Which the who is correct.
Could we have the? I'm sorry, this is not the wrong, right? Pardon me. Can I have a blank screen for this?
Yes.
some of the, there was a shot fired and I didn't know what it was about. Okay, so I went out to get the horse, always bring him in and feed him. There's another back. I went out there to get him. And y'all guys, you weren't over here? Yeah, I was here. Y'all walked all over there. And the border patrol walked all over. And maybe this happened after you left. I don't know. There's a body right now. And I don't. Yes. By fresh. I didn't, as soon as I saw it, I backed away from it. It was lying flesh face down. It's dead. The body, the person. So what do you think? I have. You know who it is? I have no way of seeing the judges. He was new. You know what he was? The drug runner. He had a pack on him, a small pack on him. Now, if you remember, we saw 5 to 10 drug runners come through with large backpacks. Yeah, he did not have a large backpack on, but he had a small and he's in tan here and camo. And, so, as soon as I found him, right back to the call, I called Border Patrol because they were the first ones I called. Because I didn't really know how to call you guys. So I called Border Patrol, Jerry Morissette, he called the Border Patrol agent, and he said, they're gonna call the sheriff and they'll send someone out there. Then your secretary of dispatcher, I suppose, called me. I was on the phone with her when you drove up. Okay. And she said he's coming out right now. I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. And you know, if you were me, you got no idea. What I'm saying? Yeah. Ready? Yeah, you can pull it right behind my car. Okay. You go ahead. I'll walk. I'm gonna leave the gate open. Yeah. My dog no problem. That's what. That's what. I'm sorry to drag you out. It's something that it ain't serious. Yeah, no, it ain't like somebody from a hospital. So curious, well, not in EMT, but you will be born. And what this body is, my wife was here, you know, she saw y'all walking all out there. My wife went to it. So they walked all over. So it could be a body that, the body could have expired after y'all were here. I have no idea. Stuff running around all over this place all the time, you know. How far is it from here? Okay, I'll take a start in over there. Yeah.
And Deputy, is that the recording of your conversation with Mr. Kelly?
Yes,
Did you turn your recorder off at that point?
yes, when he was leaving to his house to get his jacket.
Now, Deputy, I want to show you a map of the area that's been admitted as State's Exhibit 114. And can you tell me where it is that you came into the property and where you went with Mr. Kelly? And in front of you is a stylus, a pen. And if you touch in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, it'll give you a color, and you can either draw, or if you touch, it'll put an arrow.
We can't see it.
I think it's because I couldn't click the slideshow. I just didn't click the slideshow. Okay. Is that a map of the area?
It's an aerial view, it's not.
I'm sorry, an aerial view of the area.
Yes,
If I zoomed it in, would it be helpful for you?
yes, definitely.
And do you see a gate? Do you see the gate where you mentioned that you met with Mr. Kelly?
Can you zoom in a little bit more?
I can't, actually. That's as good as it gets.
Okay, I don't see the gate, but it should be like around there.
Is it possible it's a little further north than that? And you can move that screen a little if you need to.
It's north of the house, but
Okay, so you think it's in that area somewhere?
the first gate,
And when you came through the gate, where did you meet with Mr. Kelly? Was it at the gate?
yes, at the gate.
And where did you pull in?
When he opened the gate, we stopped right there when I was talking to him and I was recording. Then, as I came in slowly, at the end, I went to the south side of the property, where the tractor and the trailer was at.
Do you see that in this aerial view? Do you have a glare on your screen, or are you having trouble seeing?
Probably in this area,
Okay, so that's the area you pulled your patrol car?
yes.
And then what did you do once you got to that area?
He was walking from his house back to where I was at.
And what had he done at his house, do you know?
He said he was gonna pick up a jacket. He would meet with me over there, so he could take us, or take me to the site where the body was located.
And so you waited for him there by the trailer?
Actually, it was only like a minute.
Okay,
He was already coming back. I parked, and I was looking at him. He was coming. As soon as he arrived, there was another patrol car coming.
and do you know what time that was that the other patrol car arrived?
It was like approximately 6:15 PM, 6:17, 6:16.
And who was in that other patrol car?
It was Sergeant Omar Rodriguez.
And did he pull his patrol car near where you were?
Yes, he parked approximately 10 feet from my patrol car.
And what happened when Sergeant Rodriguez arrived?
I was already off my vehicle, and Mr. Kelly was also with me. And when he saw the patrol car arriving, he asked who it was, and I told him it was one of the sheriffs.
And what did Sergeant Rodriguez do when he got there?
He came straight to us.
And when he got there, what did he ask Mr. Kelly to do?
I don't remember what he asked, but Mr. Kelly did mention that there was a flashlight that he left where the body was at.
Okay. And so at this point, Mr. Kelly's telling you he left a flashlight near the body?
He told Sergeant Rodriguez.
Okay, and after you told Sergeant Rodriguez that, what did Sergeant Rodriguez do next?
Well, Mr. Kelly, was talking to him and, I was behind him. And then, he told him about the flashlight and Mr. Kelly told him about the flashlight, and pointed over there. He then, Sergeant Rodriguez, asked him if, he was armed.
And what did Mr. Kelly say?
He said he was.
And what happened after that?
Sergeant Rodriguez told him that if it was okay, if he could leave his gun here instead of carrying it over there. Mr. Kelly, if he was good to leave it, and Mr. Kelly said yes.
And what did Mr. Kelly do at that point?
He took his gun from his waist, and I don't remember if I got it myself or he put it himself in the trailer, because the trailer was like maybe 10 feet from us, 12 feet.
What kind of trailer?
So a small horse trailer.
But in any event, somehow Mr. Kelly's weapon that he had on his waist was left in the trailer.
Yeah, the door was it was on the back door inside.
In the back door on the inside of the trailer.
Uh-huh.
And then what did y'all do next?
We proceeded to follow him or go with him towards the other gate that's right next to it. We then walked towards the area where the flashlight was at, and
Do you know what time this was?
no, it was fairly quick when Sergeant Rodriguez arrived. It was probably 4 minutes later.
And so you head toward the area where the flashlight's hanging in the tree, is that right?
Yes.
And where was that on this map generally, if you know?
Yeah, generally it was probably somewhere in this area.
Okay. And so how did you get there?
Walking.
Did you mark this area at all, or are you just guessing?
What do you mean?
You circled an area on the map. Did you document that in any way with GPS or with anything?
Not me, not me.
Somebody else did that.
Somebody else did that.
So the circle you just made,
It's
Got a guess?
technically east of the house, of the ranch house. Southeast.
so that area, that circle you just drew is not southeast of the ranch house, is that right?
It's to the east of the house where the body was at. I didn't get the coordinates or anything, but I know we walked to that side.
Okay. And how did you get there when you walked? Were you just hiking through the grass, or was there a path, or how did you get there?
There was grass and I believe there was a little path, but it was not too marked. I don't really remember, but it was like a 3-minute walk, 2-3 minute walk.
So you walked for 2 or 3 minutes, and what did you find after you walked for 2 or 3 minutes?
When we got there, I could see a body, and I just stopped right there before we all stopped. Then Sergeant Rodriguez approached the body and started examining it to make sure it was, or check if the person was still alive.
Did Sergeant Garcia have some conversation with Mr. Kelly at this point?
It was Sergeant Rodriguez, not
I'm sorry.
Garcia.
Did Sergeant Rodriguez have some conversation with Mr. Kelly at this point?
Yeah, they did have a small talk, and he went straight to the body.
Did you document the conversation between Sergeant Rodriguez and Mr. Kelly?
No, he probably documented it himself.
Do you recall the conversation at all?
No, I just remained there because the two dogs were also nearby. I concentrated on not disturbing or leaving any, because I know there was gonna be some footprints or something, so I just stood there with Mr. Kelly and he stayed with me as well. And while Sergeant Rodriguez examined the body.
And then what's the next thing that happened?
Well, I was able to see from where I was standing, probably more than 10 feet, there was a person lying face down and he had a stain of blood on his right side. I could see that there was a black radio next to him and then a little fanny pack on the side as well. The person had tactical boots. I don't remember what he was wearing, but soon after, Sergeant Rodriguez said the person was deceased.
I'm gonna show you next what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35, image number 0038. That's already been admitted. Is this what you observed when you were there that day?
Yes.
And you talked about a tree with a flashlight in it. Is that the tree in the background you're referring to?
I don't see a flashlight, but yeah, it should be a tree next about 10 feet from where it was, from where the body is.
Does that appear to be accurate?
Very accurate.
And I see some lights in the background. Is that the Kelly residence in the background?
I think so.
Do you know?
Yeah, the tree, because the tree was to this side and the house was to that side as well.
So does that appear to be accurate?
Yes, it would be the ranch.
So after you're there and Mr. Kelly and Sergeant Rodriguez have a conversation, what's the next thing that you do?
Sergeant Rodriguez told me that we should go back and take the dogs to the residence.
And what was the reason for taking the dogs, do you know?
Because they were running around and he didn't want the scene disturbed.
And so did you do that?
Yes, me and Mr. Kelly, we went back and took the dogs.
And when you got back, what's the next thing that happened?
Well, from there, we walked all the way to his house, the same route we took when we left the patrol cars. We passed through the trailer, kept going, walked all the way to the house, to the garage area, and he left his two dogs inside.
After he did that, where did you and Mr. Kelly go at that point?
We then went back and walked to the patrol cars and stayed outside near the patrol cars.
And what's the next thing that happened?
I told them that we were gonna wait for more assistance from deputies to come and then we remained there for probably more than 40 minutes.
At one point, did Sergeant Rodriguez ask you to do something?
Yeah, I believe we were there when Sergeant Rodriguez told me to remove the gun from the trailer and secure it in my patrol car.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And who arrived next to the scene?
I know more deputies arrived, we were there, I believe it was, I'm not sure if it was, deputy,
And that's okay, it doesn't matter who was the next person to arrive, but at some point did Sergeant Garcia arrive at the scene?
yes, they started arriving and, but since I was over with Mr. Kelly, they never met with me or anything, I mean, I know that they started coming in, more patrol cars.
Did you see what Sergeant Garcia did at that point when she arrived?
No,
At some point did Sergeant Pacheco arrive?
yes, he did arrive.
And what did Sergeant Pacheco say when he arrived?
He later, went to where I was at and, met with Mr. Kelly.
And what did he do with Mr. Kelly?
He told him, he needed to get a statement from him and, told him he was gonna head down to told him that he needed to go with him because he needed a statement from him.
And before he did that, did he search him?
He retrieved, his, cell phone, magazine with ammo and, folding knife in a pouch.
And what did he do with those items?
He gave them to me.
And after he retrieved those items, did he place Mr. Kelly in handcuffs?
Mr. Kelly was placed in handcuffs.
Was there some issue about putting gloves on Mr. Kelly because it was cold as well? If you recall.
I don't recall,
And so after he handed those personal items over to you, what did he do next?
what did he do? He left with Mr. Kelly from where we were standing. And, from there, I just remained at my patrol car and, secured the items inside my patrol car as well. And then, Sergeant Julia Garcia came up to me shortly after and, provided me with a crime scene log that she had already started and told me to, stay there. I moved myself to where the other patrol cars were at, the ones that followed. And, from there, I, just remained there, logging in whoever came or whoever left while I was in charge of the crime scene log.
At some point later that evening, did detectives arrive?
Yes,
And there were detectives there earlier as well, correct?
yes, Sergeant, Alfonso Flores arrived.
And did Sergeant Flores go out to where the body was located with Sergeant Rodriguez, if you know?
I never saw him with me, so he was probably over there.
Okay, he wasn't with you, so you don't know where he was.
I don't know, he was.
Now, later that evening, did detectives arrive with a search warrant?
Yes,
What time was that?
I don't recall the time, but, they, began searching inside the residence.
Was that before or after midnight, if you know?
I don't recall,
Okay,
probably after midnight.
and when, at some point, the items that you had in your patrol car, did you turn those over to someone else?
Yes, at the end, when they, were in the residence, they told us that we could leave sometime like 1 a.m. So before leaving at that time, I passed those informations to Detective Mario Barba. I told him I have those items and I gave it to him at that time.
So just so we're clear, you said that you had Mr. Kelly's handgun from the trailer, is that right?
Yes, and then the 3 other items.
And do you know, was that a 40 caliber handgun? Do you know?
I wouldn't even know.
So you just turned over whatever it was that you took from the trailer to Mario Barba?
Yeah, from the trailer and then the 3 items.
And then the 3 items you turned over were the cell phone, the magazine with the ammo, and the pouch with the folding knife.
Yes.
Did you do anything else at the scene? Or was that the end of your involvement?
That was the end of the involvement. I mean, technically, I just stayed with Mr. Kelly all that time until Sergeant Pacheco arrived and took with him. I could speak with him as well.
Okay, that's all I have, Jeremy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is a good time to break for our mid-morning break. We'll take a 30-minute break, so we'll be back about 10:20. We'll get recess until about 10:20.
Rise, before.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I just want to go back to, you responded to the first call that happened in this case earlier in the day, is that right?
yes,
But that was just very briefly, you sort of touched base with Sergeant Garcia and then you were done, is that right?
yeah, I remained there a few minutes, so,
Okay, but you'd seen the property and you knew where it was from going on that first call, right?
yes,
And then later in the evening, you are doing Operation Stone Garden near Duquesne Road, correct?
yes,
I think you said that you were on a Forest Service road that connects with Duquesne Road, is that right?
yes.
That Forest Service road, is that to the east generally of Mr. Kelly's property?
Southeast part, it's on the south, on the east side.
So Duquesne Road generally sort of goes west to east, right? East-west? Duquesne
It's
Road,
on the east side of his
the
residence,
Forest Service road, right?
Duquesne Road. And then, Duquesne Road has several dirt roads or Forest Service roads that start from it.
And those kind of connect up with each other and eventually go to the end of the wall, is that right?
Some of them, the one where I was at, it's one of those that leads to that area.
Okay. That's not on Mr. Kelly's property, correct?
No,
That's some distance away from his property, correct?
it's a Forest Service road, so,
Do you know how far away it is from Mr. Kelly's property?
no, you can't see I wasn't able to see look for the house from there. I was just on that road.
Okay. And it took you some time when you got the call to drive out to Mr. Kelly's property, right?
Yes,
About how much time, do you remember?
probably a little bit more than 10 minutes.
And so the Forest Service Road is about a 10-minute drive away from Mr. Kelly's property, more or less?
Yes, because like I said, it leads to the border, so I was like, I was farther in on that road.
Okay, so you go back to Duquesne Road and then over. I gotcha. And when you get to Mr. Kelly's property, you turn on your recording, is that right?
Yes,
Why did you turn on the recording that you had with you?
to get the facts, the initial facts.
What kind of a device is that? Is that something you carry with you or something you leave in your car?
It's a small, it should be recorder, probably an inch,
Do you,
3.
it's not a body cam, correct?
No, it's not.
It's not something that you wear on you when you answer calls,
No.
right? You carry it with you in your car
Yes,
and you bring it out if you ever think, I need to record something, is that right?
yes.
Do other deputies have the same recording devices in their cars, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, but yours was issued to you from the sheriff's department?
Yes,
Okay, so you take this recording out and you begin to record when you arrive at Mr. Kelly's property, right?
yes,
And that's the recording that we heard, and that's the transcript that you have in front of you, correct?
mhm,
Is that a yes?
yes,
And you mentioned making a correction to your police report, right?
yes,
And I want to just kind of drill down on that a little bit. So you document in your police report what you believe Mr. Kelly said to you, is that correct?
I document what I heard of the recording.
Okay, so when you write this police report, this is January 30th. Do you remember when you wrote your police report?
I wrote it, probably the following day, maybe 2 days later.
And when you were writing that report, did you listen to the recording or were you writing this from memory?
No, I listened to the recording in order to put in what he said.
Okay, and in your report, do you have it in front of you by any chance?
No,
If you don't, I can show it to you, but in your report, it says, I asked him, meaning Mr. Kelly, I asked him if he shot him, and he said he had no idea. Does that sound like what you documented in your report that you later had to correct?
Yes,
Okay, so how did you become alerted to the fact that this was wrong? What you wrote down in your report was wrong and you needed to correct it?
because I had a transcript, which is the one that I have here in front. That I reviewed later on at the county attorneys, just to make sure that everything was correct. That's where I saw the discrepancy.
And that's a pretty significant discrepancy, correct?
Yes,
Because originally you wrote down that Mr. Kelly stated in response to your question, did you shoot this person? He stated, I don't know, essentially. That's initially how you documented that in your report, right?
he said he didn't know.
That's what you documented in your report initially, correct?
I don't have the report with me, so I need
You
to
wanna
see
take a
if
look at
it's.
it? Can you pull up on his screen so he can take a look at the report? And you should be able to see it on your screen in a minute. And it's in the second paragraph there.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
You see it? And so it says, I asked him if he shot him, and he said again, he had no idea, right?
He said,
And so that the implication there is that you asked Mr. Kelly directly, did you shoot this person? And he said, I don't know, right? That's the implication of what you documented in your report,
on the
right?
report.
And that was not correct, right?
No, it was, who shot him?
And that completely changes the meaning, right?
Yes,
You asked Mr. Kelly, who shot him? And he said, I have no idea. That's very, very different, right?
yes,
And so you obviously needed to make that correction because that was a significant error, right? And it's really a good thing that you have this recording, right?
yes,
Because then you could look back and go, oh, wow, I wrote down the wrong words in my report. I need to change those, right?
yes.
And that only happened when you reviewed the transcript, correct? That's when you caught that error?
Yes, when, since it's on the transcript, it's like word by word.
You stopped recording Mr. Kelly at some point, correct?
Yes,
Why did you stop recording him?
he went to pick up his jacket and I stopped, the recording, when he left to the house.
And why did you stop the recording?
Because he was not with me at that time, he left to his house.
But then he came back and joined you and showed you where the body was, right?
Yeah, he came to me with me at near the trailer.
And just to be clear, when he first encountered you and you came up to the house, he said that there was a dead body and it was a person, correct?
He said it was a dead, fresh body.
And if you just give the transcript in front of you,
Yeah,
and it's on page 1, and I'm looking at line number 21. Do you see that?
oh yeah, it's a person.
So that's the first time he's encountered law enforcement on his property since he discovered this body, right? That's you, right? You're the first person he encounters, right?
After discovering the body,
Yes.
yeah, he said he called the border patrol and then they
Right.
called us and I got there first.
You got there first, and he tells you there's a dead body, there's a person here, right?
Yes,
And so after he goes to the house to get his jacket and he takes you out to go see the body, why don't you start recording again at that point?
my recorder, I put it in the console and when Officer Rodriguez was arriving to the gate, I stepped down the vehicle and left it in the console, center console.
Was it out of battery or something? Or did you just?
No,
leave it
I
there?
inadvertently left it there because I had put it in there when I was, when I stopped recording.
Okay, and Rodriguez, he wasn't recording either, as far as you know, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
And any conversations then that you have with Mr. Kelly and when Rodriguez is there are, to your knowledge, not recorded, right?
From my part, they're not.
Okay. When you went out to go see where the body was with Rodriguez and Mr. Kelly, is that right?
Yes, the three of us went over there.
I think you said that Rodriguez examined the body.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
What
Yeah.
did he do to examine the body? Can you explain that?
He kneeled down and he had his back onto us, but I know he was checking for a pulse on the body.
You know he was checking for a pulse?
Well, like I said, I mean, he minutes later, he said the body was deceased.
Okay.
So he was checking to see if it was alive.
Do you remember if he put gloves on before he did that?
No, I wouldn't. I was kind of maybe 10 feet, a little 12, 13 feet.
So you don't remember and you didn't see that?
Like I said, I stayed far from the body so as to not disturb it. And then he walked to it and now down and started checking on the body.
Did you see him lift up any part of the body or touch the body in any way?
I don't recall. I don't know
Okay.
if he lifted the body or not, but he did say minutes later, a few seconds later, that it was not alive.
And you don't recall if he touched the fanny pack or the backpack or anything like that either,
No.
right? Okay. You go back, so Rodriguez tells you essentially to go back with Mr. Kelly, right? And to go wait somewhere away from the body?
No, he tells me to go with him so the dogs can be secured.
Okay. The dogs and you and Mr. Kelly then leave the area. Do you know if anybody, whether Rodriguez or you, did anybody look for tracks around this body?
Mhm. When I left with the dogs, I didn't come back to the scene. So I'm not sure who looked for tracks or if Sergeant Rodriguez did or I don't know who,
But you didn't look for any tracks.
not me.
Okay. What were the dogs doing around this body? Could you observe their behavior?
I do remember when we were walking towards the body the first time to see where it was, one of the dogs like went to the area when we were walking and kind of sniffed around that's what I remember. The dogs were like not sitting next to us or anything. They were there, but that's the only thing I can recall when we were heading there, that one of the dogs was in the area, kind of stopping and sniffing, but we were still walking to the body. That's what I remember.
Okay. And then you wanted to move the dogs away from the body so that they wouldn't contaminate the crime scene. Is that right?
Yes, Sergeant Rodriguez told me to move
Okay.
it, that we take him to the house.
I gotcha. And then you said that you're with Mr. Kelly and at some point, I think you said it was Pacheco comes and puts him in handcuffs and says, we need to get a statement from you. Is that right?
Yeah, Sergeant Pacheco arrived later on and told him he needed a statement from him.
And then put him in handcuffs and took him
Yes.
in. Nobody attempted to get a statement from Mr. Kelly on the scene. Is that right?
No, when I walked, we just walked to his house and
Do you have any idea why nobody asked him any questions on the scene about what happened?
well, from my part, when we saw the body and it was deceased, I mean, we know that we're gonna need a statement from him. But it's gotta be a formal one, so no questions were asked.
And
From my side,
nobody asked him to demonstrate on his property, this is what I saw, this is where I was, this is what I did. Nobody asked him to do that, correct?
not from my part.
Okay, so they just took him in and took him without asking him anything on the scene. I want you to describe this area for me just a little bit, because you were there earlier in the day and then you came for the second call as well. Can you see the border wall from this property?
I don't recall. I know when I got there the first time, I went around and towards the south side, southwest side. And where the vehicle for Sergeant Garcia was at, she was on the road, on dirt road. So that's when I met with her. But I really don't recall viewing the wall. You can probably see it from there, but from my part, that day I didn't look for the wall or anything. I just went over there and see if we could find Mr. Kelly because of
Okay,
the concern that,
it would be pretty far off in the distance then. Is that fair to say?
yes,
So if a witness described the border wall as being just 2 football fields away from this property, that would not be accurate. Is that right?
like I said, I mean, I don't know how far the wall is from there. It's not near, it's,
If it were 2 football fields away, you would have seen it, right?
I would have seen.
And if a witness, you saw where the body was in relation to this house, is that right?
Yes,
If a witness said that this body was 10 yards away from the house, that would be incorrect, right?
it was to the east and probably more than 200 feet.
So 10 yards is
Easily.
definitely not
Cause he's
correct.
got a fence, he's got like a horse fence. And then.
My question is just 10 yards,
No,
definitely not
10
correct,
yards.
right? When you were on the way, when you were responding to this call, did you receive information that you got from dispatch prior to arriving?
They said that Mr. Kelly said he had struck something. That's all I remember from and I headed straight over there to from where I was at.
And you heard that on dispatch, so that was in your mind when you're out there. Mr. Kelly said he struck something, right?
Yes.
Did you later learn that that was not accurate?
That he had struck something?
That Mr. Kelly had never said he had struck something?
I'm not even sure. I haven't reviewed the radio announcer, the recordings, but
So you don't know who reported that or how it got transmitted to dispatch, right? You don't know, right?
I know they said it was from Border Patrol.
So Mr. Kelly calls Border Patrol calls dispatch, and then dispatch puts something out to you, correct?
Yes.
We have a moment, Your Honor. Judge. When Rodriguez was checking the body, did you notice any blood stains? Did you see anything like
I saw like this area, blood stain.
that? Okay, and that's when you were standing further away after you
Yeah, I
went
never
out?
got next to the body, just from the distance I was at. That's what I saw.
And as far as you know, other than taking the dogs away from the area where the body was located, did they do anything to protect the crime scene at that point?
Did who?
Did anybody that you know of do anything to protect the crime scene at that point?
I left with the dogs and Sergeant Rodriguez remained there. From there on, I don't know what happened there. But he stayed there.
Was it dark outside?
It started getting dark.
I don't have anything else, Sharon.
The direct examination.
Thank you, Adam. Deputy, was there anyone around to protect this crime scene from?
Yes, Sergeant Rodriguez.
So was there anyone in the area that you needed to like protect the crime scene from? That's the question. Is this a rural area?
Yes.
Is there anybody on the property other than Mr. Kelly who's with you that you're aware of?
At that time, no. I know that probably his wife was in the house, but I'm not sure if she was or not.
Are there crowds of people milling around that you need to make sure don't make their way to the body?
No.
And you just pointed a minute ago during cross-examination to where you saw a blood stain on the victim. Could you point to that again?
To where?
Where you said you saw the blood stain on the victim?
Somewhere in this area.
Can you stand up and show the jury, please?
Possibly this area. The body was laying face down, so I was able to see from where I was standing, which was not next to the body. I was a few feet, but I did see some stain in this area. I mean, I'm not sure if it was right in here or in here, but it was on the right side.
So somewhere on the right side, and tell me if I'm describing this correctly, you're describing sort of in the torso area, is that right? Either on the side or in the back?
Torso area, on this, like,
The right side of the torso area, either on the side or in the back, is that right?
yes, somewhere in there. I mean, I didn't, because I could see the stain, but I didn't exactly pinpoint it. But I did see blood
On the right side of his,
on his right side, yes,
and he's laying face down, so on the back.
yes.
And the issue with your report, you corrected that, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And your recording actually went directly into evidence, is that right?
Yes,
So if anyone wanted to listen to your recording, they could have listened to it right away without your report, correct?
yes.
So you don't know if anyone ever actually relied on that error in your report, do you?
I don't know.
Does anyone at the sheriff's department have body cam?
Not that I know of.
And did they at this time in January, on January 30th of 2023?
No, I don't think there's anybody with cams.
So the only way you can record is with those recording devices that you referred to, is that right?
Yes.
And defense counsel asked you about the area where you were and how long it took you to get to the Kelly residence. Could you describe how you had to drive to get there?
When the call came up,
Yes,
so I was
second call.
Second call, yes, I was, so if you take Duquesne, it leads to the road where I was at, which is FSR 4667. When I was in that area, I mean, like always, like we just check to see, since it's near the border, just check, go drive slow and check see if there's see any movement. So I was quite in, I don't remember how much further, from Duquesne from that. But when I heard the call, I was like looking out, and then I started coming back
Okay,
to the area, and then you have to drive
let
on
me ask,
Duquesne, then on Chemo Springs, then on Sagebrush, then towards the house, so it takes several minutes to get there.
so it's kind of a roundabout way to get back to the Kelly residence.
Yes,
The Forest Service, or the National Forest, is that adjacent to the Kelly property?
yes,
And does the Forest Service road go along the area adjacent, not exactly adjacent to the Kelly property, but near the edge of the Kelly property?
yes, it's probably south of the property or southeast, but because they turn around, they curve around, and so I don't know where his property ends.
Okay,
But for sure, it's his property is in the area, but I'm not in the property. I'm like heading towards the border and those sites on
okay.
those roads that there's several of them, not just one. I mean,
So let's talk
and they
about
interconnect.
let's talk about the main Forest Service road. Does that go north and south?
Duquesne?
No, the main Forest Service road. Does that go north-south? Do you know?
I don't know because
Okay. It curves around at some point, right?
yeah, there's curves. You gotta go and then go down a ravine or wash and then cross it and then keep going. But they're not straight roads. They're curved roads and they interconnect with other service roads.
I don't think I have any other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Any questions? Any questions for this witness from members of the jury? Very well, I see none. Did you have a question, sir? Okay, I thought you were writing something down. Thank you. All right, sir, you can step down. And is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Thank you. State and calls next witness.
And the state calls Dr. Tim.
Your Honor, if I could just gather.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's collect the transcripts. And the record will show that we collected the transcripts that were distributed for demonstrative purposes.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Dr. Krista Tim, Timm.
And where do you work? And
I work at the Pima County Medical Examiner's Office.
so you don't work for the county, you don't work for the sheriff's department here in Santa Cruz County?
No, I do not.
You don't work for sheriff, you don't work for Santa Cruz County in any capacity, right?
Correct.
Now, sometimes the county, like Santa Cruz, will ask for the services of Pima County to help out with cases like this, right?
Yeah, we cover medical examiner office duties for Santa Cruz County and various other offices in Arizona.
And how long have you been with your department?
5 years.
And let's talk about your education experience. Where'd you go to school?
I graduated from medical school at the University of North Dakota School of Medicine and Health Sciences. I then did a anatomic pathology residency at the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio. I then did a forensic fellowship at the Cuyahoga County Coroner's Office, which is now Medical Examiner's Office, also in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Well, how'd you get into this line of work with autopsies?
Through pathology training. I guess I was initially exposed during my medical school training. One of the pathologists there was responsible for covering the autopsy service. And so I was in medical school when I first had my first autopsy and kind of just found pathology and forensic pathology through exposure.
It's just a curious question of how people come into the careers they are at, so that's more of a curiosity question. How many autopsies have you done in your 5 years at Pima County?
I don't have a number, but I typically am responsible for about 400 cases a year. Not all of those are going to be autopsies, though.
What are some of the other cases you work on?
External examinations. So if someone has trauma and they've survived it long enough to make it to the hospital, where they're able to make diagnoses through examination and imaging, such as a motor vehicle accident or something along those lines. So if the trauma is well documented, that would still fall under our jurisdiction for determining cause and manner of death because it's not natural. But an autopsy wouldn't be required most of the time for something like that because the injuries are documented.
So the purpose of, would it be fair to say the purpose of an autopsy is to determine the manner and cause of death?
Mostly the cause of death.
Okay. Is, of those 400 cases, how many are autopsies, approximate per year? How many of them are autopsies?
I don't know, maybe half.
Okay. There's no test here, there's no, I'm gonna come.
Yeah, it's not numbers that I keep track of.
So in 5 years, then you handled about 2,000 cases, autopsies and other examinations, right?
Yeah, of my own, correct.
Of your own. And how many other doctors are in your work facility, in the department there?
There's a chief medical examiner, a deputy chief medical examiner. There are 2 other full-time doctors, it calls the worker bee doctors, that are handling the bulk of the cases. And then we have a split position, so 2 other doctors that split a full-time position. And we also have a forensic fellow who's in training to become a forensic pathologist. So 7, 8.
7 or 8? And of the 7, 8, do you guys do like rounds? Do you guys discuss your cases with each other?
Yeah, in various capacities, but typically our day starts meeting at 8 o'clock, where the doctors who are on the schedule for autopsy service that day meet with the chief or the deputy chief, whoever's running the meeting for the day, as well as people throughout the office, investigators, anthropologists, the autopsy assistant staff, and students or people that are rotating through. We all get together for a morning meeting to discuss the cases that we have to handle that day or in the short term.
So it would be fair to say in the 5 years, you get a pretty good breadth of a variety of cases that come through that office?
Yes,
And you discuss those cases with other practitioners, right?
that's correct.
And so before you became, at the Pima County, Coroner's Office, what was your career before that, before you stepped into Pima County?
So following my fellowship in forensic pathology and becoming boarded, I stayed on at the Cuyahoga County Coroner's Medical Examiner's Office. And I worked there as a forensic pathologist from 2010 till 2015, at which point in time I took a job in Denver and was working as a forensic pathologist at the Denver office of the medical examiner. I worked there up until I was offered a position in Pima County in Tucson in 2019 when we moved here, or moved to Tucson. So I've worked as a forensic pathologist my entire career.
So let's just jump to, were you involved in a case dealing with a shooting on January 30th?
Yes, I was.
How were you involved and how did you get involved?
I was the autopsy physician. It was a case that was assigned to me that day.
And would that be just, you guys are all on call and certain people accept the phone call or someone's on duty and that's the call they take, right?
The schedule is made out months in advance, and most days of the month, there's going to be either what's called the D1 or a D2 doctor. So the primary doctor is the D1 doctor. They're going to be assigned the cases that come in that or are more complicated or that law enforcement is going to want to be in attendance for. And then after that, it's the D2 doctor is going to do the rest of the workload for the day. Typically, although the caseload has increased and now we have a D3 doctor a lot of days. So,
And were you asked to perform an autopsy on a body that came into your facility?
yes,
Do you remember what day that was?
I could look at my report.
Sure, if you want to refresh your recollection, you can look at the report. And just for the record, that's going to be Government Exhibit 14.
On February 1st, 2023.
You remember what time of day that was?
The autopsy began at 08:30.
8:30 in the morning.
Correct.
Do you remember the individual's name that you performed the autopsy on?
Gabrielle Boutinho.
I'm going to show you, just for us, not for publication, I'm going to show you a picture from your autopsy report. Do you recall that picture?
I do not.
You don't recall that picture?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me go to you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, yes.
Who was in attendance with you during the autopsy?
Myself, Detective Ainza, and Deputy Barba from the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, and Chief Deputy Attorney Hunley from the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office. And is what is witnessed by.
And during your autopsy, walk the jury through what you do in an autopsy.
So an autopsy is a medical procedure, typically for understanding the physiological or anatomic derangements that occur as to why a death comes about. It starts with an external examination in which we look at the outside of the body. We're looking for any areas of trauma, any evidence of therapeutic intervention, any scarring. We document basic body habitus, meaning the body length and the weight, looking at the hair, the dentition, fingernails, just an overall appearance of the body is documented through the external examination. During that process, we take pictures or allow for people in attendance to take pictures, documenting all the things that we see. And then we will move on to the internal portion of the examination, in which we're looking at documenting the same things, right? So we're looking for trauma, we're looking for evidence of therapy, we're looking for evidence of previous surgeries, really to gain an understanding as to why this person died. During that process, we also can collect fluids from the body, blood for toxicology testing, vitreous fluid, the fluid from the eyes for toxicology or electrolyte testing, urine, anything else that might be pertinent to the case that we're working on. And then the body organs are removed from the body, and we take weights of all the organs, and then we section the organs with a knife to look for evidence of natural disease or documenting trauma. So each organ is processed in a similar fashion. We collect small samples that will be put in a fixative. If we wanted to look at them under the microscope, sometimes the cause of death isn't often identifiable by the naked eye, and we can look at them under the microscope, so they can be embedded in paraffin and cut into glass slides, which will come back to us about a week later, and we can look at those slides under the microscope. Things such as like an acute heart attack might not be visible grossly, but under the microscope, we can see the changes and make those diagnoses better. And then pictures can be taken along the way, and then the organs are all returned into the body cavity. The body is sewn and released to the funeral home or wherever the family chooses to have the remains taken after we're finished. At that point in time, I will dictate my findings to a transcription company, who then generates a report and sends it back to me. And then I wait for the toxicology test to come back, the results from that, slides if they've been processed, and take time and review all of that at the time when I'm ready to sign the report out.
So do you recall this case, right? You recall this victim in this case, right?
Yes.
Do you recall how the body came to the morgue? Came to the coroner's office, I mean, do you recall what condition? Was it a bag? Do you recall that?
Yeah, it was in a body bag.
In a body bag. And Detective Ienza was there. Do you see him at council table?
Yes.
And he was there?
Yes.
Was he in custody of the body? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. And then was there an unwrapping of the body? Unzipping of the bag?
Correct.
Okay. And who did that? Did you do that, or did Detective Ienza?
Typically, that's what I would do. I look at the body bag and document whether there's a seal on the bag. So if the zipper has a seal around it, and take a picture, and then I usually cut the seal and unzip the bag. I also usually have autopsy assistants that are helping with that process, but in cases in which there's suspected trauma or inflicted trauma, usually I'm the person who will remove that seal and open the body bag to expose the body and take pictures as to how the body is received in our office.
Do you recall if you did that in this case?
Most likely, yes.
That's your habit.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take photos, or did Detective Ienza take photos?
I took photos, and Detective Ienza did. We both did.
I'm gonna show you one of your photos in Government Exhibit 14. This is your report. You recall that photo?
Yes,
Is that the person that you received for the autopsy?
correct.
We're gonna move to admit, and we'll call that 14, Government Exhibit 14A as an apple.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 14A is admitted.
Move to call the show.
Hold on a second. So, you know what you're gonna see.
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm gonna keep it very sanitized.
So I just want to give them a heads up, so they know what they're seeing. Permission.
Who's that? Do you recall?
That's the decedent, Gabrielle Boutinha.
I'm gonna show you a side photo, Government Exhibit 14B as in boy, just for. Recall that photo?
Yes.
Is that the same individual?
Correct.
Your Honor, move to admit exhibit 14B into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. 14B is admitted. Permission to publish.
That's a side angle of the victim, the person you saw that day, right?
Correct.
Michigan Government Exhibit 14C, as in Charlie. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
We're gonna move to admit 14C.
No objections, Your Honor.
14C is admitted. Permission to publish.
Let's walk through that. What do we see? What does the jury see in this photograph?
At the top of the screen is the top of the decedent's, is the head and face. From the left lateral view, the neck and left shoulder, there's a tattoo on the upper outer left arm, as well as kind of in the midline, just under the neck, the notch of the sternum is the exit gunshot wound.
That's the exit wound.
That's correct.
I'm gonna show you a different angle. 14. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Is that a different angle of the same injury,
correct.
same exit wound?
Yes.
Move to admit 14D as in dog.
No objection, Your Honor.
14D is admitted. Permission to publish.
Is that a different angle, doctor?
Yes, this is similar area of the body, just from the right side of the body versus the left.
I'm going to show you 14E as in echo. Do you recognize that photo, doctor?
Yes,
Move to admit 14E as an echo.
No objection.
14E is admitted and you have permission to publish.
What are we looking at here? What's the jury looking at?
so this is the back of the body. The first or the last two pictures we looked at were the front of the body. This is after the body has been turned over. We're looking at the right kind of back side. So the right arm is going to be towards the right side of the screen. The head is at the top of the screen. The feet will be at the bottom of the screen. All we see here is the waist. And then just under the right arm, on the lateral right back or the side of the right back is the entrance gunshot wound.
That's the entrance,
That's correct.
the entry wound. So I'm going to just show both of them together. I'm going to flip flop. So that's my entry wound, correct?
Correct.
That's 14B as an echo. And I'll show you 14C as in Charlie, and that's the exit wound, right?
Correct.
So can you explain how that works? What's the bullet doing with the body, the entry and exit wound?
So typically, in general terms, entrance gunshot wounds are generally going to be more round and regular, have smoother margins. They will typically have an associated marginal abrasion that's usually smooth and rounded as well. As the bullet pushes through the skin, it creates that abraded margin. It's hot and it's moving fast. And as it pushes through the skin, it also pushes through whatever is underlying that skin. If it's bone, especially if it's flat bone, it can create a characteristic fracture pattern to that bone. So specifically the skull or flat bone being the sternum, sometimes ribs are also flat bones, in which as the bullet pushes through it, it causes what is called beveling, in which an entrance gunshot wound will have internal beveling, meaning that there's a punched out margin on the inside of that bone, versus an exit gunshot wound will have external beveling. So as the bullet is leaving the body, pushes through that bone, it breaks outwardly. So internal beveling, entrance, external beveling, exit. For flat bones, tubular bones, which are the bones of the extremities, are not typically you're not going to have those features associated with them. So it's something that we see most commonly with the skull, but we look for it in other areas of the flat bones as well.
So you can determine based upon the injury, entry and exit.
Correct.
And just so the jury knows, 14E is an echo, that is an entry wound in your opinion.
Correct.
That's the right flank side of the victim.
The lateral right back.
And 14C is in Charlie, you can tell, in your opinion, that's an exit wound.
That's correct.
And so can you tell the jury the trajectory of the bullet that's going through? I mean, is it easy for you to describe and show how that bullet is traveling?
Sure. It's going from the right to the left, and it's going from the back to the front and upward in the body. It's the trajectory of the bullet in the body.
And what, in your autopsy finding, what does it, when that bullet enters the victim's body, what is it going through? What organs and bones and tissue does it go through?
Can I refer to my record?
Sure.
After perforating the skin and soft tissues of the right lateral back, it goes through the posterolateral right 6th, 7th, and 8th ribs, all of them. Intercostal soft tissues, so that's like the muscles and arteries and veins between the ribs is the intercostal soft tissues. There's associated internal beveling of the ribs that are fractured. It then passes through the right lung with injuries in the lower, middle, and upper lobes of the right lung. The pericardial sac, which is the fibrous lining around the sac of the heart, around the heart. The ascending aorta, so the aorta is the major artery that leaves the heart that supplies oxygenated blood to your whole body. The ascending part of it is the very first part after it leaves the heart. And then it goes through the sternum, which is the chest plate in the middle of the chest, and the anterior left second rib, which is right next to the sternum. And there's external beveling, which is, as we talked about, associated with exit gunshot wounds. And then it passes through the soft tissue and the skin of the left chest. There's associated fractures, hemorrhagic lacerations, and retained blood in the sac around the heart. There's 50 milliliters of blood in the sac that's surrounding the heart. There's not supposed to be blood in that space. There's typically just a very small amount of clear fluid that serves as kind of a lubricant for the heart when it pumps. There's not supposed to be blood in that space at all. And there's 50 milliliters of blood in that space. And there's also 340 milliliters of blood in the right chest cavity. Again, there's not supposed to be blood freely flowing around your lungs on the right side of the heart or the right side of the chest. And there's 340 milliliters in the right chest cavity.
Would that be significant injuries to the body?
Very significant, yes.
When you say there's blood flowing in the body, would that be like consistent with internal bleeding?
Correct. This is the blood that is still within the body cavities that I'm able to measure at the time of autopsy.
And just so we understand, bullets coming through the right lateral and it's coming out through the chest, mid-plate chest area, right?
Correct.
I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 14F. you recognize that photo?
Yes,
What's that a photograph of?
it's a closer up picture of the entrance gunshot wound.
Your Honor, move to admit 14F.
No objections.
14F is admitted, you have permission to publish.
All right, you already said it, but just explain one more time what we're looking at.
This is a closer up picture with a ruler of the entrance gunshot wound of the decedent. You can see the central defect and as well as the marginal abrasion, that pink area around it is where that superficial layer of skin gets rubbed off as the bullet pushes through the body, the skin.
Is there something to be said about the shape of the entry wound? In your opinion, anything about the shape of the entry wound?
It's ovoid. It's kind of oval, has an oval shape to it. It's just a description, but I wouldn't call it an irregular, which is what we typically see with exit gunshot wounds. This is more rounded and regular with marginal abrasion consistent with an entrance gunshot wound.
Let me now show you one more photo, 14G as in giraffe. You recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And what's that a photograph of?
this is a exit gunshot wound, the exit gunshot wound.
You're gonna move to admit 14G into evidence.
No objection.
14G is admitted, and you have permission to publish.
Walk the jury through what we're seeing on this photograph.
This is the exit gunshot wound. It's more irregular. It's not as rounded. It has kind of angulated margins to it.
Do you recall the age of the victim in this case, the age of this person?
48 years old.
And did you have a conclusion to what had happened to him? A finding?
Yes,
What's your finding in this case?
perforating gunshot wound of the trunk.
Is that consistent with homicide?
The manner of death is homicide, yes.
Manner of death is homicide. And you said some of the blood, you took out the organs and some blood and you bisected the organs and you sent the blood out for testing. Is that what you did?
Yes, the organs were examined after they were removed from the body and blood was collected at the time of examination. In addition to the fluid from the eyes and urine, and they were sent to the toxicology lab for a toxicology screening.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. As I'm looking, when you conclude your autopsy, what's the standard protocol that you do with the victim's body?
The organs go back in and the body is sutured and I release the body after I've finished with everything. We've gotten everything we need. The body will be released to, typically it's a funeral home that the family has made arrangements with.
Do you recall taking like nail clippings and hair and other items from the victim's body?
In cases such as this, that's typically a routine. It is done at the request of the investigative agency, and it's usually not done by myself. It's done by the people that are assisting me.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you, this is the only one, Your Honor, I'm gonna show, but I want to show you a picture of the injury, well, parts of the injury inside the body. All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as 14H. You recognize that photograph?
I do.
And what's that a photograph of?
It's the right chest cavity from the inside after the lungs and heart have been removed, and the lining over the inside of the ribs has been removed. So the pleura is that lining across the lungs that we strip it away. And then it shows the area of fractures on the right lateral chest, the rib fractures specifically
From the injury.
from the inside of the body.
You're gonna move to publish 14H as in house.
No objection.
14H is admitted, you have permission to publish.
That's, one more time, just walk us through that. And you can draw on the board on the screen too. Just walk us through what we're looking at on that photograph. Can you draw it?
Maybe.
Oh.
I haven't tried.
There you
So this is the vertebral column here from the inside of the body. So your spine, his spine. These little yellow white areas are going to be the ribs. And the pink between them is that intercostal soft tissue, mostly muscles, nerves, arteries, veins. And so the lungs and heart have been removed. This is the area of injury. So on the outside, we saw the skin, entrance gunshot wound. This is looking at the inside of the wound. And here you see these irregular areas. These are all fractures of those ribs on the right, as well as it shows the external beveling on the ribs that were injured by the gunshot wound bullet.
Did you find in your autopsy, did you find any fragmentation of any bullet inside the body?
No,
Do you find any, you know what the difference between a full metal jacket and a hollow point is, for example? If you don't worry about it.
I'm not a ballistics expert. I have a general idea, but it's not my area of expertise.
But there was no bullet fragments found in the victim's body, was there?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with gunshot wounds.
Yes.
Of the 5 years you were with Pima County, how many gunshot wound autopsies do you think, estimate, how many you've worked on and been consulted on?
Too many.
Too many. In your opinion, have you seen the difference between, say, a handgun injury versus a long rifle or longer type gun?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen shotgun wounds, I've seen rifle wounds, I've seen a lot of handgun wounds. But yeah, I mean, probably 100, just homicides. Most of those are gonna be gunshot wounds. And that doesn't even include the suicide gunshot wounds that I see, which are many more than the homicides.
And in your opinion, with you got the entry wound, we have the damage we just saw, and then we also have that exit wound. In your opinion, would that be from a handgun, a shotgun, or a gun like a long rifle or some different kind?
Objection, Your Honor. She said she wasn't a ballistics expert, wouldn't have that. She just generalizes the type of weapons that she comes across from the knowledge that's given to her. So I don't think she's personally has that skill set to be able to identify the type of weapon.
I'm not saying the actual weapon, I'm talking about the difference between a handgun, shotgun, and rifle. And she's testified she's seen, quote, too many, and so she's seen all three type of injuries in her career. So I think she can opine on what type of weapon was used for this injury.
The objection is sustained for lack of foundation, but you can try to lay additional foundation.
Dr. Tim, of the homicides that you've dealt with, or including the suicides, they've used most, sadly, I said most of them are gun related, right?
Yes.
And those gun related, how many times have you seen a handgun used in either a homicide or a suicide?
The majority.
Majority. And when a handgun's used, in your opinion, I'm sorry, back up, strike that. When you review a body from a handgun injury, you see the type of damage that handgun can cause, right?
Yes.
And you see the internal organs of the body too. You do the same kind of analysis, like in this case with the handgun injury, right?
Yeah, gunshot wounds are processed in a similar fashion, yes.
So you see the entry wound,
Yes.
you see the exit wound,
Correct.
and you see the damage inside the body,
Yes,
right? You also have done cases with a shotgun.
yes,
So you've seen the entry wound,
yes,
you've seen the exit wound,
correct.
and you also see damage within the body.
Yes,
You also have done cases with a rifle, right?
yes,
You see the entry wound,
yes,
exit wound,
correct.
and damage within the body.
Yes.
Are they different?
They can be very different, yes.
Can be very different. What's the difference between, say, a handgun versus a long gun?
Long gun rifle wounds tend to be more devastating, they're higher power. So there's gonna be more damage to the organs than just a handgun. It's a lower velocity. So they tend to be less destructive to the organs.
Or are you able to give a determination in this case by looking at with your experience, don't give me the determination yet, but are you able to give a determination of what type of weapon was used which caused the entry, exit, and damage within the body?
The findings at autopsy are most consistent with a rifle.
Sure. I didn't ask that, but I think I laid the foundation for the answer, Judge.
May I take the witness on board, Ira?
So remember, members of the jury, in my preliminary instructions, maybe, that one of the things that can happen is a judge strikes the answer. So the last answer is stricken. Last answer is stricken because it called for a yes or no answer. The question called for a yes or no answer. And it was specifically phrased that way. And then the witness, they have misinterpreted the question, I don't know, but the witness did not answer yes or no, she gave the answer. So that answer is stricken. You should not consider it as part of the evidence of this case. I'm going to allow defense counsel to what we call voir dire the witness. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your training, you said you didn't have any ballistics training, correct?
I have ballistics training in the sense that it's part of forensic pathology training, but not in the sense that I'm a ballistics expert.
And there are all different types of weapons, correct?
Yes,
Handguns and rifles, correct?
yes,
And there are high-powered handguns that are out there. Are you aware of that?
yes,
And you're trying to testify that a high-powered handgun could have not produced this type of injury?
I guess it's possible.
Okay. but you formed an opinion, and I'm trying to figure out where you're getting this opinion. In a lot of your cases, you might have been given the variable of what gun is suspected to be utilized in a shooting, correct?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, you get a narrative, and there's one in this case where a detective or an investigator puts out there what they believe might have happened, right?
yes,
So sometimes when you're forming opinions of types of wounds, you're being provided the information of what type of gun it might be. Isn't that true?
correct.
But you weren't trained in distinguishing all the different types of guns and the wounds that it's capable of producing, correct?
Not all of them, no.
Okay, and there's a lot of guns on the market. Would you agree?
Yes,
And would you also agree that distance can make a difference of how the wound might look, correct?
yes,
And the caliber or the type of bullets that come out of a gun, shotgun versus a BB gun, obviously would be different, right? The types of wounds that you could expect to see.
can you repeat the question?
That bullets can make a difference on the type of wounds that might be seen by you. The size of the bullet.
Yes,
The state asked you about hollow point and different types of other bullets, right?
correct.
And in this case, there is no bullet, is there?
There's no retained bullet.
You were not shown any bullet that came from this case, correct?
Correct,
And you didn't find a bullet, correct?
correct.
So you have no idea if this is a high-powered, larger type of bullet from a handgun or from a long rifle or any other type of rifle, correct?
Correct.
So I will continue with my objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Could you ask the jurors to please disregard?
I do.
Your Honor, may I try?
Objection sustained.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Tim. Would this injury be consistent with a weapon, a gun? Can you just agree to that? Would this be consistent with a weapon, a gun?
Yes, this is a gunshot wound. The cause of death is a gunshot wound.
And did you find in your analysis of the skin or clothing any kind of residue around the injury or entry and exit or clothing that you may or may not have? Did you find any gun residue?
I did not notice any fouling or stippling on the surface of the skin at the time of examination, which is burnt and unburnt gunpowder. Typically seen in intermediate range gunshot wounds. So a gunshot wound in which there is a muzzle to target distance.
I'm gonna object, I believe that was the question and she's going into her own narrative.
I'll sustain it, but you can ask another question.
So wait, explain to it, once again, explain what stippling is, real quick, for the jury.
Stippling is small punctate abrasions on the surface of the skin around an entrance gunshot wound in which it's an intermediate range, meaning the distance from muzzle to target is a few inches up to approximately 1.5 feet for most weapons.
And there's no such stippling in this case.
That's correct.
And how about gunpowder residue or any of that, anything like that in this case?
No,
And what would that be indicative of if there was gunpowder residue on the skin?
they're both seen in intermediate range gunshot wounds.
Let me ask about correlating in your experience. What's the term correlating refer to?
Bringing together information, seeing if it relates.
And that's So in this case, what kind of correlation do we do in this case when you look at an autopsy like this? What do you do? I mean, you're considering a bunch of data points. You're considering entry wound, exit wound, and all those things, right?
Sorry.
Just walk me through what kind of correlating would be happening in an autopsy like this.
So the biggest thing is I'm looking for cause of death. So I'm gonna look at the body. I might have a story as to how someone comes in and how the story fits with what I'm seeing on the body. Sometimes the story would be someone shot themselves and I do the examination and I think that that doesn't really fit the story. So there needs to be further investigation. If the story was that this person was shot by someone else, I want to make sure that it's not, a contact gunshot wound was going to be more consistent with someone shooting themselves, or possibly no one considered that information. So we want to see that the story fits what we're looking at.
Were you told anything about when the body comes in and you're asked to do an autopsy, were you told anything about the story in this case?
I don't remember specifically the exact information that I received, but I would have had some information, yes.
Do you remember it being inconsistent with your findings, the story being inconsistent with your findings?
No.
That's all the question I had, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let me talk to counsel for.
I'm sorry. You're right. On the injury, doctor, Your Honor, on the gunshot, the injury and the damage to this person, how impactful is this on a victim's ability to survive it, or the length of time to survive an injury that you saw?
So there's injury to the major artery, right, the aorta, which is the vessel that carries oxygenated blood to the heart muscle itself, to the brain, to the muscles, to all the vital organs. That right after it comes out of the heart. And there's a large laceration tear through that artery. So oxygenated blood isn't going to be reaching where it needs to reach. It's just going to be collecting outside of the normally closed system. So life can be sustained until the reserve is gone, which is, a cardiac cycle or so. Or an injury like this can be fatal pretty quickly. I wouldn't call it instantaneously lethal. Typically, when we think of instantaneous death, it involves the brainstem. So the respiratory and cardiac centers are all within the brainstem. If we have a gunshot wound that goes through a brainstem, it's considered pretty instantaneously incapacitated death occurring. Here it's going to be pretty quick because it's the very large artery that is injured, and the blood isn't going to be going where it's supposed to be going. Maybe function retained for a few minutes. It's really hard to know. There's so many variables that go into each person. The underlying state of health, what the person was doing prior, so many different things that play into that, and really no way of studying multiple people getting multiple gunshot wounds and this type of injury. So an estimate would be, a few seconds to a few minutes.
A few seconds to a few minutes?
Correct.
Can an individual, in a few minutes, can an individual continue walking like normal or running like normal for a few minutes, or is it death within a few minutes? You understand the difference between the two?
I do. And both of those are possible.
Are they on the distance and the time of death? It depends upon the victim, right?
Correct.
And there's no way of knowing about, would there be a blood trail? Would this kind of injury cause a blood trail?
Potentially, there are two defects from which blood could leave the body, right? There's an entrance wound and an exit wound. And so if the blood was leaking out of either of those wounds and the person was moving, there could be blood on the ground, or he was clothed, so it could just be being absorbed by the clothing. Many things that I don't have an answer to. I don't know.
But he could, the victim could have been stopped in his tracks and collapsed also.
Yes,
Can the victim talk with this type of injury?
potentially.
That's how you're on.
Thank you. Let me talk to counsel, please. Go ahead. Well, it's time for lunch. Who's hungry? Good. Healthy appetites. All right. We're breaking a little early. Another judge has scheduled a hearing at 1 o'clock and it requires a court reporter. So we're going to break a little bit early to give the court reporter a little extra time for rest. But we will recommence at 1:30. Please be in the jury room at that time. I'll excuse the jury and I'll stay here with counsel. Have a good lunch.
Rise at your court.
You can leave your things. Doctor, I'm sorry. Doctor, is it Tim? Okay. Your excuse for lunch, if you be back at 1:30 to continue this. Sure.
Okay. Your Honor, speaking with counsel, cognizant that one counsel is not from Arizona, but we're trying to schedule a walkthrough or a preliminary walkthrough with counsel, with attorneys. And we're hoping.
Walkthrough of what?
The scene. And we're hoping, if the court's amenable to it, that the attorneys get together to go to the defendant's residence tomorrow morning. We start at 10:30 with the jury. It gives us an opportunity to go see the scene, report back and figure out, and then gives us enough opportunity to address the court and talk about what's agreed and what's in conflict. So we're hoping to see if we can start court tomorrow at 10:30, because counsel isn't necessarily will be busy working, going to the scene, look at the scene.
Your Honor, I'm aware of this conversation and I know it's up to the court on the timing of this. Defense has seen it, but we are prepared to go out and allow the state to look at it prior to the actual jurors going out. So we have no argument with that. And we were just trying to figure out the timing, and it was suggested by the state to do it at that time. If the court would agree, we would agree.
Is there any other time? I mean, I really hate to use a trial time for that.
Maybe.
Especially since we talked about this before trial. I suggest to the parties that they do this before trial, so we don't take up trial time. Is there any other time we could do this so that we don't use time that we'd otherwise use for trial?
We could do this weekend. I was just being courteous to counsel who had weekend plans. I was trying to be courteous to this
I
schedule.
thought you were here for the duration.
Oh, I'm not going out of state. I just have family in different parts of Arizona, and I thought nothing was happening this weekend and arranged for my time to be in Phoenix. Since we have 3-day weekend, I didn't realize that was gonna be cut into. So I also suggested we
It's a
leave,
3-day week.
well, you don't have court on Mondays, so it makes it a 3-day weekend for me. Since I'm in a hotel, I was scheduling something to do. I have another alternative suggestion that we leave at 4 and we go directly from court out there. It's my other thought process, allowing the state to see.
I like that better because it allows us to recess early. The hours between 3 and 5 are, usually when, people are a little tired and they're potentially less attentive than they are in the morning. So we could, when is it getting dark? At 6:30? That work?
That works for the state.
Yes, for us too.
Your Honor, as long as it's not today, we do have 2 witnesses today who have scheduling issues, so we just don't wanna run into a scheduling issue today.
All you folks work it out. I think that's a better suggestion, just because it's a better time of day. And the jury's never disappointed on the excuse or whatever. So let's try and work it.
Right.
Okay.
Perfect.
We can discuss it. We'll come back after lunch. Very good. We're in recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. We have the witness go.
Please rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and defendant. Witnesses, you take your stand. Thank you, doctor. And as soon as the witness is ready and the defense is ready, you can cross-examine.
Dr. Tim, are you settled in?
This is on.
Now is it?
There you go.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tim.
Good afternoon.
Let's go back over some of the evidence and talk about a few other things that might have been brushed over or not mentioned, okay?
Sure.
So back on January 30th, you learned that there was a deceased in a possible incident, correct?
Correct.
When did you actually learn of it?
Most likely at the morning meeting on the day of the autopsy.
Okay, and what day again was that?
February 1st, 2023.
Okay, so I know that the body arrives. In what time period did the body arrive to your location?
I do not know, that would be documented within the case file, but that's not something that I keep track of in my records.
Okay, but is it in the file itself?
Yes.
Do you know where that might be located? Where it might be noted?
body receival time.
Yes, please. Can you look?
I don't have the case file.
Oh, you don't have the report,
I have my report.
but not the full file?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you just raise up so I can see the report, the size of the report that you're looking at? It's pretty thin.
There's 7 pages of my report.
Okay, so at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness. I have on exhibit, defense exhibit AAA. I just want to show it to her. Now, I have some Post-its in it, so that's just for my references, okay? But can you identify what this full document is? Just look through it, peruse it, and then tell me if you know what it is.
There's an affidavit on the front page. There's a copy of my CV.
Which is very much like a resume for anyone that doesn't know that term, correct?
Yes. There's copy of autopsy report for the decedent. Toxicology report. Looks like the contents of the case file, probably. Fingerprints of the decedent. Identification card, copy of. Copy of a disc. And some photographs.
Do those photographs look familiar?
Yes, they're autopsy photographs for the decedent.
Would that be the ones that you talked about that you took?
Yes. And there's pictures of property, it looks like, and tattoos.
Which was the tattoos were found on the decedent's body?
Yes. And a photograph of the decedent.
Okay. You didn't bring this full file, did you?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you need it for any reason to reference it, please let me know, okay?
Yes.
So you just brought in a few pages of your ultimate findings, right?
I brought in my autopsy report.
Okay, but you're responsible for the other things that were in this full file, right? Like the photos,
Our office is.
okay, but you took the photos, correct?
I took some of those photos, yes.
Okay, well, you didn't say these were detective photos, did you?
No, but there's other people employed in my office that take photographs as well.
But you are the lead in this medical examination of this deceased, correct?
I'm the physician who performed the autopsy.
Okay, and so you also helped with collecting any stuff like blood or other fluids of the body, right?
I collected blood for toxicology testing, and vitreous fluid and urine for toxicology testing at the time of autopsy.
And the lab came back and gets put into the file, correct?
The results of the testing are put into a toxicology report that is returned to us and becomes part of the file.
And it was in here, wasn't it?
Yes,
And I'm referencing again, AAA, Defense AAA. So a file is created upon receiving a person for a possible autopsy, and then the different areas come together, work together, and create this file, basically. Would that be a simplistic way of saying it?
yes.
Okay. Now, and I do like to keep it somewhat simplistic because, you know a lot, you're a doctor, you have a lot of education, don't you?
I'm a physician.
Okay, a medical doctor, is that the same thing?
Sure.
Okay. And you've never talked to me before, have you?
No,
Okay, and you're not angry at me for any reason, are you?
nope.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me understand something. You did your work, started conducting your work, you said on February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And yet, the deceased was probably transferred upon death and brought to your department, your office. Would that be fair to say?
Can you repeat the question, please?
If police department, law enforcement suspect some foul play or something and want to get an autopsy, they're going to probably bring it directly to your organization?
Yes.
Okay. And so January 30th, a body was discovered, and then somewhere within hours or whatever happened, the medical examiner's office would receive it either later on January 30th or very early on January 31st, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to assume that a body is placed in a cooler of some sort, correct?
Typically, yes.
Okay, and it's an individual cooler. I've never been to your establishment, but where the body is laying on a table and slides into this cooler?
It's not an individual cooler. It's a large walk-in cooler.
Okay, how do you keep bodies separated?
They're in body bags on individual tables.
Okay, and they all are ID'd, I would assume, correct?
No. We have a lot of unidentified individuals.
Do you give it a number?
Yes.
Okay, so it is ID'd in some format, whether you know who they are before or something that you do internally, correct?
They're given an identification number, yes.
Okay, I didn't say name, ma'am, I said ID'd. All right, so identification, ID is short for identification, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's so you don't mix up bodies and get the wrong results, correct?
Yes.
I mean, that wouldn't be very good if you had results of someone else's autopsy for this body. That wouldn't be very good, would it?
No.
So there are internal controls to prevent that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, does the fact that, and I don't know, I'm gonna rely on your expertise here. Does the fact that a body that's placed in some form of cooler, does that change the timeline of things that one would expect to see as you go through the breakdown of decomposing upon death?
What was the question?
Does the refrigeration, the cooler, help change or alter or prevent anything about the decomposing of a body after, passing on?
Bodies are cooled to slow the decomposition process.
Thank you. Okay, so isn't it true, though, that there are a process of decomposing that happens upon death of each of us?
Decomposition occurs after death.
And that is a changing process?
It's a process of decomposition.
And does it stay the same or does it change?
In comparison to what?
Well, how about overall appearance, overall temperature, all the things that you think about when it comes to rigor, stuff like that?
I'm not sure what the question is.
When a person passes, does the body change through the different process that the body goes through, whether it's rigor, body temperature, and other things that you might expect to see as the body starts to decompose?
There are changes that the body goes through after death that are part of the decomposition process.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's start off. What was the time of death on this, please?
The time of death is 1824 hours.
Okay, so you in this report notes that it's 1824 exact, correct?
That's the time of death.
And what is, let's clarify for one that is not military time savvy, what does 1824 mean?
6:24 p.m.
Okay, and what does it mean by exact?
That's the time the body was pronounced dead.
Okay. And 1824 is 6:24 p.m., not a.m., correct?
p.m.
And do you know where that comes from?
The pronouncement time
Yes, please.
is when someone has notified the overseeing agency that has someone that pronounces them dead.
Okay.
I'm not sure what happens in Santa Cruz County, who pronounces death here.
Now, you testified that you gather information and the state asked you some questions about it. Hold on one second. And then you try to basically, take this information that you gather and then determine how it fits with what your findings are, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Correlating was the word that the state used. You remember that?
Yes.
And you defined it?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw, I'm gonna call him Gabriel because I think it's easier for you to say it too. The deceased named Gabriel. Were you able to determine when you looked at the body, how long has the body been dead? I mean, are you able to assess if that's an accurate time?
That's the time of pronouncement.
Okay. What did you find?
I documented the post-mortem findings in that the body was cold, that rigor mortis was fully fixed in the muscles of the jaw and extremities. And there was faint fixed pink livor mortis over the posterior surface of the body, except in areas exposed to pressure.
And what does that tell you?
So those are the postmortem changes that are examined on the decedents that come into our office. Upon death, people cool to ambient temperature. So if you're in a warmer environment, your body is going to eventually cool to the temperature of that environment. The muscles become fixed after people die. And that's the rigor mortis. They become fixed up into a point in which they reach their maximum fixed. And when I say fixed, it means that if you try to manipulate the body, you won't be able to, or you'll have to use great force to counteract the fixation of those muscles in that position. So there's a certain point where it's going to reach its maximum, and then it's going to start to fade away again. And then the third is the lividity or livor mortis, which is the pooling of the blood after death. It is the discoloration that you see, can be misinterpreted for bruising, but it's really just like a purplish pink color of the blood pooling on the dependent surfaces. So gravity plays a role there in which you see that discoloration, but blood cannot pool in areas that are up against something firm. So you'll see areas of pallor or paleness that are up against a firm surface, so the blood can't come there. Up until about 12 hours, when you push on it, it will push away, and so it blanches. After around 12 hours, after you push on it, it won't go away. So these are all things that we examine to help understand how long someone may have been dead, with the caveat that they are all variable from individual to individual, and they're influenced by environmental factors. They're influenced by why the person is dead. So someone who is...
Okay, let me ask you another question. That was very thorough, thank you. But let's break that down a little bit. That's a lot of information for people that don't understand the science like you know it. So the question was going back to when you get to see the body, when you started to perform your autopsy, which of those levels or timelines was this body at that point in time when you started?
Well, we know that the body was pronounced dead at 6:30, 6:24 the night prior. I did the autopsy at 8:30 a.m. And the body had been in a cooler, and I documented the body was cold. Makes sense.
So does that not make it difficult to know about the hour timeline that has taken place? Let me give you an example. Maybe this will be more clear for you to understand me. My understanding is if the body's warm and stiff, that may represent a certain amount of hours, say 3 to 8 hours. Don't know if I'm exact, correct me if I'm not right. So the fact that the body's been in the cooler, how would you know if it's been within 3 to 8 hours, if that was true?
Typically, if that's a concern, that's something that should be assessed at the scene. If there is a concern as to the time of the injury versus the time of death, that would be something that would be assessed at the scene because.
So let me ask you about that because that's a good point. If time was an issue, okay, could someone get to you being the medical examiner, okay? Could law enforcement get to you expressing the urgency in determining the time by having you look at the body urgent?
We employ a team of investigators, medical legal death investigators that respond to scenes where there's people that are deceased that will examine the postmortem changes and document that. That's in Pima County.
Okay, in the event they used your county for hypothetical purposes, if that was an issue before law enforcement, they could get someone to either come out to the scene or look at the body as upon its arrival, how would that might look like?
I mean, I imagine they could make a request for somebody to respond to a scene.
Okay.
But again, these findings are variable and it's not an exact science.
I understand that, but if you put a body in a cooler, you're taking away any chances of having some sort of estimate of time that the body has been deceased, correct?
In assessing exact postmortem changes, that it's not even an exact science.
I understand, but there's usually a range that goes with it. For example, if the body's warm and stiff, some of the research that I've seen says it could be 3 to 8 hours. If that was true, let me go to the next one. Correct me anywhere where I'm just totally off. If the body is cold and stiff, now you might go from 8 to 36 hours. And then the last one is an example. If it's cold and not stiff, now you've gone past that rigor stage and now you're at 36 plus hours. So it is a range, correct?
Yeah, those are ranges that I've seen in the literature.
Okay. And so by putting a body into the cooler, so to speak, I'm sure you have a better name than I do. You're altering the potential of showing the warmth of that body, meaning the body might be fresh within, if those numbers were correct, 3 to 8 hours, rather than now being altered with a cooler that might show it's cold and stiff, changing the times from 8 to 36. Isn't that possible?
Yeah, it's going to be cooled because it's in a cooler, but we also know there's a passage of time.
So when someone just gets put into the medical examiner's, placed into the cooler until the time of the autopsy is performed, we're losing potential information of biological indicators of time of death. It's possible, right?
It's being slowed, yeah.
Okay, it's being slowed by the cooler, but now we have altered what's natural.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So all you could go with is the time that someone reported the time of death to you. Correct?
The time of death is the time of pronouncement, yes.
Okay. And so just to conclude this area of topic, you have pronouncement, but you can't tell me the approximate time of death of the deceased Gabriel in this case, right?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Would you concur that the time of death could have been 6-something? 6:24?
That's the time of death, yes.
So, but medically, through your assessment, are you comfortable with that time?
That's the time that he was pronounced dead, so yes.
I'm asking medical inquiry to the time of death through your evaluation. Does it seem, you said that you go through this process of evaluating what you learn and what you observe. I'm asking, what did you observe? Does that seem reasonable?
Yes. It doesn't seem like he was been dead for 4 days.
Okay, but 6:24 is a reasonable time, that's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Thank you. So in Pima County, just in case, I'm sure everyone here has lived here forever, but what city is Pima County in?
Tucson is in Pima County.
Okay, and is that where the office is located?
Pima County Medical Examiner's office is in Tucson.
Thank you very much. Now, you said you had numerous people there watching the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
Detectives, the prosecutor. Do you have help with staff while you're conducting it?
Yes.
How many people do you normally have help you?
Typically one or two.
Okay, and just basically, what's their role?
Doing the paperwork, printing off labels, putting labels on body fluids that I collect, helping with collection of evidence, doing the evidentiary form, releasing the evidence to the investigating agency, maybe helping with photographs if their gloves are clean and mine are dirty, and helping with the investigation process and the returning of the organs to the body and sewing the body up, transporting the body to and from the cooler, and helping with anything else that I might need along the way.
So it's sort of like if you were a surgeon and you would have physician assistants or nursing that would be assisting in you overseeing and doing your medical procedures, correct?
Yes.
Now on your findings, you list 2 points. Can you revisit those 2? What are they?
A perforating gunshot wound of trunk with skeletal, soft tissue, vascular, and visceral injuries. And Roman numeral 2 is cutaneous abrasions and contusions.
Okay, I think we talked a little bit about the first finding. What is the second finding about?
There were other injuries that I noted and documented on the skin.
And you explained in the process that you go through an autopsy that the first thing you do is like an assessment of the outer parts of the body, correct?
Correct.
And I would assume that's when you noted some abrasions.
Correct.
And in layman's terms, is an abrasion like a scraping of the skin?
Yes.
Just like a skin knee would be an abrasion?
Correct.
Okay, so something that scrapes against it caused some kind of markings, correct?
Or it scrapes against something.
Yes. One or the other contacts each other, but it causes the scraping,
Correct.
right? And so, let's see here. Where in your report do you have noted some abrasions?
Under evidence of injury section
Okay,
on
can you,
page 4.
on page 4, can you please tell us out loud what are those locations?
The bridge of the nose, the right forearm, the left knee, and the front of the left leg.
Now, when you say the front, I imagine there's the part above the knee and a part below. Did you note it in any particular location? Upper leg or lower leg?
Well, it's the thigh and the leg. The thigh is above the knee, the leg is below the knee.
Thank you. I can't remember my science that well. Thank you. I'd like to approach this witness, Your Honor, with defense PP, Paul. Okay, can you please look at these photos yourself? There's a few of them in there. Turn the pages, look at them, and see if you can identify these photos. Okay, and what do they depict?
Pictures from the autopsy.
From the what now?
The autopsy,
Okay, and does it reflect the locations of these abrasions that you were noting?
the first picture corresponds to the second injury on the right forearm. The second picture corresponds to the fourth and fifth injuries on the left knee and leg. The third picture corresponds to the first injury on the nasal bridge, as does the fourth picture.
Okay, so these photos accurately depict the photos that you or someone in your team took of these abrasions, correct?
And contusion.
And contusion. Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to enter into evidence PP, defense PP.
No objection.
PP is admitted.
Permission to publish. What are we looking at? And we'll call this a first photo in my stapled group here. What are we looking at on this one?
In the middle of the screen is the abrasion on the right forearm. The hand is going to be on the right side of the screen as you're looking at it. And the shoulder elbow region would be towards the left side of the screen.
All right, and let the record reflect that I pointed towards the hand, which is looking at the screen to the right, and to the left would be the rest of the arm, correct? So this is just above the wrist,
Correct.
okay? Kind of, would the hand be kind of flat if you were taking the picture?
It looks like the palm is facing down and the back of the hand is facing towards the top of the screen.
So this appears to be the side arm above the wrist,
The forearm,
the forearm. Thank you. Side of the arm above the wrist, the forearm.
side of the forearm.
Thank you. Let me show you the next photo. Okay. What are we looking at here? We'll call this B.
On the left side of the screen is the thighs with the knees, and then the anterior surface of the legs and the feet. The left leg is towards the top of the screen, the right leg is towards the bottom of the screen. And you can see an area of red, purple discoloration. That is the injury right on the left knee, as well as an additional area on the anterior surface of the left leg.
Would that be here?
Correct.
So I pointed to the left knee, and below that, another injury, and nothing on the right side?
That's correct.
Now, we've seen this with the state's exhibit, but since it's in my packet, I'm gonna show it again. And we'll move to C. What are we looking at here that you've seen before?
This is a front picture of the decedent's face. And you can see the area of injury on the bridge of the nose.
All right, blew up the picture, or zoomed it in. And am I pointing in the right direction on the bridge of the nose?
Yes.
Apologize, I have to show the jurors all this, but I'm gonna give the last one in this group, D. What are we looking at here?
This is a right lateral picture of the face.
And does it also show and reflect the nose
Yes.
and the injuries being up in this area right here where I'm pointing?
Correct.
And these are abrasions?
That's an abrasion, yes.
A bruise is usually from impact, right? And it causes some form of bleeding under the skin.
A bruise is a contusion, which is also a type of blunt force injury.
So a contusion is bleeding underneath the skin that rises and allows us to see off-colored.
A contusion is bleeding underneath intact skin,
Okay, so there's no open wound usually with a contusion.
not with a straightforward contusion, no.
But an abrasion is more not of a direct impact, but more of a scraping of, correct?
It's blunt force injury, so it just has a different appearance. It's the loss of the superficial layer of skin.
Okay.
That's an abrasion or a scrape.
And something causes that resistance to cause it to have that appearance versus just a bruise, correct?
And they're both a result of blunt force injury, blunt trauma. It's
Right.
something impacting the body or the body impacting something blunt.
But if I fall and skin my knees, it's because it scraped along the pavement or whatever versus just fell direct down, which might just cause bruising, correct?
There's different variables that play a role in it. If it's against a rough surface and it just fell down, you still may have an abrasion from it.
Can a dragging cause an abrasion?
Yes.
When the body comes in, is the body naked or do you have clothing on it as it was, when it arrives?
It depends on where the body comes from.
So in this case, do you know if the body was clothed before you did your job?
Yes, the body was received clothed.
So if there was a photo that showed tears in the clothing and underneath it an abrasion, does that support the fact that there could have been like skinning the knee, that type of injury?
Yes.
In other words, if there's a tear above the abrasion, that supports that something came in contact with resistance to that area, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you note any of that in your observations, or was that not your job to do that?
I don't look at clothing.
So you have no idea if this body has been dragged. You can't say one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
But it's possible?
Yes.
Okay. Now, but did you testify about clothing and the bullet defect and the regular defect? Did you have some testimony about that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Let's talk about directionality of these bullet holes that you've observed. You don't know which way the subject would have been standing or sitting or doing whatever. You're not here to testify you have any knowledge of that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about the angle of this wound? Are you here? You do know there was an angle from the entrance to the exit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I do a demonstrative thing with the court? My new friend. We're gonna bring out.
Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Let's put this side. Center of the room. Okay. Now, this is not a real human being, right? You don't know.
I doubt it. I'm not sure though.
but it is anatomically correct from what you can see, correct?
The skeletal system, yes.
So I'm a visual person. I know jurors can be too. So what I'd like to ask if you would step down from your seat and help demonstrate this, okay?
Sure.
Come on down.
Let's get it.
Well, we're gonna use this rod, and I want you to point out, let you hold it while you start your talk. You talked about some damages or beveling of the ribs. Let's back up a little bit. Explain beveling one more time.
The bubbling is a fracture pattern seen on flat bones.
And what does that mean? Why does it do that? Why do you have that pattern?
It's the way the bullet passes through the flat bones and pushes the surface of the bone with it.
Okay, sometimes beveling is almost like a polishing type thing that it does to it. Is that similar or something different?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Is it a direct impact or a skimming of that location to cause beveling?
It can be both.
Now, when you talk about rib numbers, how do you count ribs to know which rib we're talking about?
From the top down.
Okay. And you said there was an entrance wound where? Rib number, if you need to look at your report, we can get that for you.
Yeah, I don't have it memorized. Posterolateral right. Posterolateral right 6th through 8th ribs.
Okay, point right now where that would be.
These 3 ribs here, 6, 7, and 8. This is kind of the posterolateral region. These ribs.
Still kind of high up, depending on the size of the person, right?
I don't have an opinion to that.
Okay. Now, where is the exit wound?
Anterior left 2nd, right next to the sternum. I fractured the sternum and this area of the 2nd rib.
Can you put this rod through the location of the entrance as close as you can and show where it would look like where the bullet exited, please? Hold your report.
Roughly in that area.
Now, you named 3 ribs where it entered in. Where did you place it between those 3?
Below the 7th.
Okay. Now, so you said 6 through 8, right?
Correct.
So you just took the middle road for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would a bullet hit 3 ribs?
Because of the velocity associated with it.
What about the angle? Turn them a little bit just so jurors can see different perspective. If something was lower and went into an upward movement, is it possible that the angle caused the impact damage to more than one rib?
I'm not sure what that question is asked.
If I was down low, shooting upward, is it possible the projectile hit more than one rib, causing the fracture or the break?
You would expect a more direct or upward trajectory for that to happen. It would have come this way, not crossing the line.
Do the ribs and all the bones affect the possibility of a change in the direction? Is that possible?
Fractures and going through bone are going to change the projectile.
Will?
Yes.
Okay. So once the bullet comes through and hits the body, going past the skin and hitting, say, a rib or a bone, could that alter the change to some degree? Is that what you're saying yes to?
Well, it altered the trajectory from when it was outside the body to when it was inside the body. It now has its own trajectory because of what it's impacted.
Right. And so not only did it hit these three ribs by the sign of the injury, right? It went through soft tissue after, correct?
Before.
After it hit, it went through soft tissue, then hit the ribs.
Correct.
Okay, then it went through some more soft tissue or organs,
Organs,
like the heart, lung,
first.
okay, and that's a soft tissue, correct? But ultimately passing through, it hit another set of ribs before it exited, correct?
It hit the sternum and then the second rib.
Okay, tell us what a sternum is.
It's a flat bone, or your breastbone. It's the sternum.
Okay, so let me look and see what you're pointing at. So it's the center bone that kind of connects the ribs and joins them together?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I point to my front right here, what am I likely to be near my sternum?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm illustrating center mass of my chest. Okay, and so it hits that bone, and then where on this was there another possible fracture or broken bone?
The second rib is broke, so it comes through here.
And what part of the bone did you notice that injury to?
The anterior, right, peristernal.
Close to the sternum.
Yes.
Versus where on the back, let me flip our guy around. Becomes easy. Where on this ribs did you notice the injury? Like inner, closer to the spine, outer? Give me an idea there.
Right where I have it, posterolateral.
Okay, that was an easy one for you to put through. Because that's where you saw it, right? Correct? Okay. We got a question answer. All right, you can sit down. Thank you. Now, I know you're not here to explain or give explanations, but would it be unreasonable to think that the directionality of this bullet could have been at a lower elevation? Is that possible?
I'm not familiar with bullets and elevation.
But it starts lower, correct? The entrance and proceeds upward, correct?
That's the trajectory through the body.
Right. So if I was sitting right here on the floor and very low, it's possible that it would, just common sense, that it would follow this pattern of entrance and exit, correct?
That's a possibility.
So if someone is at a lower elevation, is it possible? I'm not making you the expert, I'm just speaking with your knowledge and common sense that this could have been a lower elevation shot that caused it go from down to upward, correct?
If the body was in an upright position, yes.
Okay. And there's other explanations, right?
Innumerable.
Right. And the problem is, you don't know, correct?
I don't know I know the trajectory of the bullet through the body.
Right. And we can see it now with this rod in there, that it starts low and goes high. That we do know, correct?
Yes.
And so all the possibilities that could be out there, we just don't know how this happened, right?
I do not.
Right. testified about the amount of blood that was retained in this body upon your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
You also talked about a couple of different ways that one might pass. One, you mentioned, like say they're shot in their head. What does that do as far as longevity of that person?
It's highly variable. People can survive gunshot wounds to the head,
Depends where it is.
yes.
If a bullet affects the central nervous system, would they be able to abstain for any length of time?
Yes.
How long?
Well, they can live, they can survive gunshot wounds to the brain.
Is it possible that that body would drop immediately?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And what about if someone is just kind of bleeding out, just got internal organs, soft tissue organs, and causes a bleeding out? Could that be more of a longevity as far as how long someone can function?
What you're describing is like hemorrhage?
Yes, internal bleeding, hemorrhage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people can die pretty rapidly from that. It all just depends on whether aid is rendered and the underlying health conditions that the person has. There's many variables that affect. One person might die from hemorrhage pretty quickly, and another person might live long enough to have aid rendered and survive it.
Well, I'm not talking about death as much as functioning upon receiving the injury. Okay, with internal bleeding, isn't it possible that a person can continue to walk for some time?
Some people, yes.
Okay, and if a person, it depends on how much they're bleeding, and you testified a little earlier about that. What did you testify about? You talked about it earlier.
About what?
About when someone is bleeding and how long they can last.
It depends on the person and what they're bleeding from.
So if a person can walk 1 mile per hour, for example, all right, something very slow, and then they are bleeding out at whatever rate, is it possible that they can go yards before they fall?
Yes.
Okay, and so with this type of injury, it's different than a spinal column injury or something that might take the person into a position of lights out. You know what I mean? In other words, they have a chance that they may still survive for some X period of time, depending, correct?
They could still have movement, versus if there was a spinal cord injury, they would be incapacitated pretty rapidly. This is an aorta injury, which could be a rapid incapacitation, but there's a potential that there may have been movement after as well.
Okay, and that movement could have been feet, maybe even yards, possibility, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just because this person falls down right there doesn't mean that's where they were shot with this type of injury, correct?
Correct.
And you said that he lost, or you collected 50 milligrams of around the heart, correct? Of blood. Milliliters, I'm sorry, thank you. And about how much is that in a cup or some other measurement that we can relate to it?
Probably a couple of these.
Okay, can you hold that up for everyone to see? And have raised from your table little like Dixie cup type things that are there for you to have water, right? So you're saying about 2 of those.
Yeah, approximately. I don't know how many ounces these are, but.
Okay, and this is around the heart, and then you also testified that in the chest cavity, you also were able to collect 340 milliliters, correct?
Correct.
And give me how many cups of those would that be?
Well, 6 times, 7 times.
Okay? Now, the clothing can act like a sponge that's around it, absorbing the blood from the location of a bullet hole, right?
Yes,
And the clothing in this case had some blood on it, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And have you seen any photos of blood on the ground?
I have not, no.
Would it be surprising to you, based on knowing how this bleeding out is taking place, that there was very little blood on the ground?
I mean, there could be blood on the ground, there could be a small amount, a large amount, I don't know.
And is it possible that the bleeding that you would think you would see could have been all maintained internally in this body?
Yes,
Okay? And that accounts for the large amount of blood that you're seeing in areas that are normally not with that type of amount of blood, right? Thank you, appreciate that. Now, do you remember, well, when you analyze the outer parts of the body upon the start of your examination, do you look for things and objects that normally would not be normally found there?
yes,
And did you notice in this case, there was lots of debris on or around the body?
yes.
Okay. Cross the witness. Let me show you. Let me show you what's been marked as, I think it's the OO, defense OO. Does this photo that I'm showing you on top, we'll call it A, reflect the type of debris you found?
I describe it as particulate debris. So I see some particulate debris in the photo, yes.
Okay, and let's skip one more. And does this photo reflect the amount of blood on the clothing that was found and observed by you?
I don't know.
Okay, skip B, let's go to C, let's go to D. Again, at the medical examiner's office, is this photo taken? Does it appear to be?
It appears to have a body bag in the background, so yes.
Okay, and does that reflect, again, the particles that was observed with the body upon your examination?
Yes.
Okay, is there any more photos in there? And then that, the next one, same thing, just different view,
Yes.
zipper, and that one.
Yes.
Need to talk to counsel for a second. this time, Your Honor, I would like to enter into evidence Fence Exhibit 00, tendering it to the state to see what I've taken out.
No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, is it good?
Thank you, Judge. May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you, I'll call it OOA, for a picture of the right hand. Were you aware that the right hand was under the body? Because it was also probably still had, which, the stiffness of that body, right? Did you observe the body being bent, the arm being bent? No. So you had no knowledge that this right arm was under the body upon observation of it?
That's correct.
Okay. But I'm going to show you from a photo from your location where the right arm, would you agree it is the right arm, right hand?
This is a picture of the right hand, yes.
Okay. And the debris that the hand is holding, correct?
That's on the hand, yes.
Okay. Which appears to be some kind of straw-like, long, grass-like material, correct?
Some of it, yes.
What else is there?
More granular. Sand or dirt.
Okay. So let's point that out. So
These
right on the top, right there,
all over.
all over. Could this, thank you for drawing. Okay. Are you familiar that the terrain was in an environment like that? Did you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah, I mean, most of our cases come from the desert.
Okay, so this reflects that type of environment, correct? Right. Now, there is all kinds of particles kind of stuck to this hand. And there are things in his hand. And that includes this straw-like grass material, correct?
Yes.
And the hand is somewhat closed or clenching in some form, right? That's how the photo was,
There's
right?
some flexion of the fingers in the picture, yes.
Okay. When a person dies, and as the body stiffens, does it stiffen in the position it was last in?
Typically, yes.
In other words, the hand doesn't move while you're dead, right?
Not unless someone moves it.
Okay. And so this could reflect someone, I don't know, being dragged or grabbing onto the environment, correct? Could be.
I don't know how the body had been manipulated after it was found. I mean, there's many variables that affect.
But in my hypothetical, it's reasonable, correct? It's possible.
If the body had laid there for enough time to pass so that rigor mortis had started, then yes.
Okay. But if someone's being dragged and grabs onto things and then passes, the results of it could still remain in the hand, correct?
Yes.
And I understand, that's one hypothetical. Let me show you the next photo. So we'll call this B. Again, reflecting the same thing, the same right hand, correct?
Yes.
And the environment kind of sticking to the paw or the top of the hand, correct?
Yes.
And a stick or something being clenched by the hand, correct?
Poking out of the interdigitory space, yes.
Thank you. A little bit different angle, but same shot. My last one, we'll call it C. Any idea? Is this more clenched or just a different angle?
It's all the same.
Okay.
It's a little bit different.
You? Okay. Now, you mentioned that you get a,
Council, it sounds like you're moving into a new area. It's 2:45. This is a good time to take a break.
wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-afternoon 30-minute break. We drive, get the door.
All right, they're taking the afternoon break in the trial of the people of the state of Arizona versus Mr. George Kelly, the rancher who has been accused of killing a migrant, a non-citizen, walking across his border. And the question is ultimately going to be, was it self-defense or was it not justified under the law in Arizona? Now, the defense attorney has been cross-examining the coroner in this particular case. She talked about angles in which the body were, the angle of the shot, the way it went through, trying to show the position that the body would have been in. Then we're talking about time of death. It's refrigerated, things slow down, etc. I'll be honest with you, I'm not really sure where she's going with this just yet. And other than kind of going through a dog and pony show here for it. Normally, if you think you've got it, the smoking gun, the $1 million question, just get to it. Just get to the conclusion that you're getting there for, and the expert will either say yes or no. Like I said, this is the pathologist that did the autopsy. She received the body. She didn't know how it was manipulated before. Before it got to her. It is what it is. My general experience as a criminal defense attorney is that usually the pathologists, they just kind of give it the way it is. That's my general experience. I've only had one situation, I guess, and it really was a post-conviction matter that I dealt with, where the coroner was giving answers that, someone with some generalized knowledge and at least maybe a first-year medical student would know. But the attorney that did the trial didn't know. We were doing the post-conviction, saying he should have consulted an expert because what the coroner was testifying to was completely inaccurate. And like I said, pathologists usually, for the most part, I mean, their opinions, they're saying, I'm willing to get under oath and say this is what I believe and this is the reason why. I've seen a couple of pathologists. If you say, well, my pathologist has looked at it and they think that it's a possibility that it could have happened this way. And sometimes they'll say, yeah, you're right. I hadn't really thought about that. They want to get it right. That's generally my experience with pathologists when they testify. They're and they usually do get it right. They're a little smarter. One time I had a homicide case where the sheriff's department was using their expert was a deputy who tried to determine the way the angle of attack was, basically how the bodies were standing, because all of his vast experience with hunting. And needless to say, that didn't go over well at the preliminary hearing, and they ultimately dismissed the case. But I had a pathologist that was going to say that the way the angle went into the deceased's heart, it was completely consistent with him coming at my client and her then shooting him. So it's like I said, pathologists, you got to show me something if you think they're wrong. You got to have another pathologist tell me that they're wrong usually, because they're going to do it right. I had a pathologist once, great witness, just calling it the way it is. There was a fight going on. The defendant grabs a knife and literally lunges like this and caught the guy in the artery right here in the arm. And it was consistent with the guy coming up with a bat trying to hit him, and the defendant lunging and hit him right here. And little itty bitty wound, but it hit the artery. The guy bled out, died. The deceased died. And what can I say? We went self-defense. Judge refused to give us a self-defense instruction. Client was convicted, not guilty of first-degree murder, but guilty of second-degree murder. And we get a new trial out of it. So it just kind of shows you, in that particular case, the pathologist was great. He's like, yeah, it was a 1 in a million shot. 1 in a million. This was not something you can say it was like they repeatedly stabbed him. It was one nick, completely consistent with somebody lunging at somebody, like, hits him in the arm as he has his arm up, right? Isn't that, he's turned, pokes him in the arm. Pathologist like, yep. And he even said it was a 1 in a million wound. I think the jury just didn't like my client. He was a little scary looking, but we will get it. So we'll see. Yeah. Hey, William. Yeah. I believe 2 weeks to present evidence in this particular case of what they're expecting. You know, who knows how long the jury will be out, and we'll see. Yeah, my understanding is this witness is a pathologist, is a witness for the prosecution. The defense attorney is doing cross-examination of her. And it doesn't surprise me when she first started her examination. She said, well, do you have the complete file? She's like, no, I have my report, because that's all that necessarily really matters. Normally, like I said, I just did a trial. We had some DNA evidence. They bring their entire work file for everything on that particular case. And I wound up using my copy of their work file and actually admitting some exhibits because I anticipated the government would do, but they did not. So it's always good to have those ready to go. And you saw that the defense had the exhibits that she wanted to introduce marked and ready to go. Obviously shows good sign that she has prepared her cross, knew what evidence exhibits that she wanted to introduce, get into evidence, and she had them ready to go. The defense attorney for Mr. Kelly, I mean, I like her, kind of a in-your-face kind of style, doesn't take guff from anybody. Maybe sometimes it appears to be a little too hostile, at least this particular attorney, the other one stopped. But yeah. You thought I wasn't paying attention? I was paying attention. I'm working here, Michelle. No, seriously. I mean, I'm paying attention to it all. Now you got me all. I saw the little thing, the comment there, and I thought he wasn't paying attention. The feed stopped. Yes. Why the lady's acting so rude? Yeah, that's just her style. The defense attorney looks like Bunny asked a question. Like I said, that's what I was talking about was, her style is, kind of straightforward, in your face. I get it. You got it. Like I've talked about this before, defense attorneys, or I don't care, whatever you are, if you're selling cars or whatever, if you're doing any kind of public speaking, you just have to be you. You can't fake it. Oh, he means the witness. Oh, I didn't think the witness was being rude. I think the defense attorney came off a little rough at first. And I think she was kind of like, whoa, I'm just here to tell you my findings. And it feels like you're attacking me. I didn't think the witness was being rude. I think she was, when you start going after somebody, they're going to choose their answers correctly. I don't think she's being particularly evasive. She's just kind of explaining this is the way it is. Now, don't get me wrong. Pathologists, medical examiners, I think they're usually pretty straightforward. It's the DNA people that I got a real problem with these days. And we've got plenty to talk about that. And we're going to go live this evening at 6 p.m. We can talk about that. There's so much stuff going on in the DNA here in Colorado. the big expert that we had for 28 years has been fired, and they anticipate they may have to reopen thousands of cases. The legislature has actually allocated $7 million to district attorneys' offices. They're going to have to go back and redo these cases because the DNA analysis was biased. And you would think that it wasn't, but it is. And, you know, it's the type of thing where if I were a scientist that did DNA, I would open up a consulting business to say, I'll look at the numbers and we'll see what is going on in the case, whether they're good or bad. And obviously we do that just about on every case, unless, the clients, well, yeah, of course my DNA is going to be there. We had engaged in consensual, whatever, kissing. Of course you're going to find the DNA on their neck. So we're not going to deal with that. But the whole issue of the DNA it's troubling. We've said it all along. I even cross-examined one of the witnesses in my trial this past month. I was like, well, if you guys are so perfect, you guys claim that you have all these certifications and everything like that, which is equivalent of the health inspector coming to your restaurant and saying, hey, I'm going to be there next Thursday, have it all cleaned up and ready to go. That's about it, right? And but then you find out, 8 years earlier, they're like, ooh, we were going back and doing some stuff, and guess what? We found a little itty bitty problem. And of course, the defense raises that issue early on, and they look at you like you're an idiot. How dare you question it? These scientists are beyond reproach. They have the finest technology in the world, and you're just coming in here trying to, create issues to help your client. How dare you? And you're like, well, no, I got an expert that says this is what thinks there's a problem, and they dismiss it, and everybody poo-poos it. They're the government. They should be believed. And then guess what? You get something saying the DNA, the third-party DNA that they couldn't identify. Oh, that was a lab technician. Oh, I guess they make mistakes now, don't they? We even had a situation where one of the lab techs, the director of the lab, got sued years ago because he put the wrong label on a DNA sample. Said it was somebody else. Guess what? That person got arrested. Ultimately got the case dismissed because they figured out the errors. But it's not perfect, ladies and gentlemen. It involves humans. Yes, the machines go in, they do the STR, they, basically take that little piece of DNA and they multiply it so that they can get a number big enough that they can read it, and they look at the loci and they do this other stuff. And I'm telling you, it is subjective and open to interpretation. And as we're going to see, I'm telling you, this is going to be a much bigger story. And, we mentioned it, gosh, it's almost a year ago now that the whole issue broke about DNA stuff going on. And I'm telling you, it's going to be huge. And people should be somewhat skeptical of it. It's the interpretation that is the problem. It's the interpretation. And that's the subjective part. And it looks like the DNA expert for the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was fudging her numbers on some really high profile cases to make it fit the person that they were looking for. And maybe I'll talk about this this evening. Maybe if I can get the little camera set up, I can use it as an example, but it's just, I don't know. Defense attorneys, everybody hates you until they need you. And they really do go hard for you so that you can do what you need to do. But this case is not that Moon. Is it Moon T? Yeah, Moon. Yeah, I like science that because I can't get it to show up. Oh yeah, okay, there it goes. I like good science that can be reached and get the same results over and over and over again. I think that's science. Yep, that's right. But in this particular case for Mr. Kelly, I mean, this is a case of where was the dead guy when Mr. Kelly fired? Was he in death in fear? Was he in fear? Immediate fear. And, hopefully a lot of these states will, maybe with the crime getting out of control in so many jurisdictions these days, that there will actually be a effort to change these self-defense laws. Most states obviously have to be in fear of some sort of death or imminent bodily harm for not only yourself or some other person. But then they engage in what would a reasonable person do, right? And fortunately, the law in Colorado is pretty good on this. You don't need to retreat unless you're the initial aggressor. But if you're sitting in your car, some dude gets out and pulls a gun and he's going to threaten you. I'm in fear of death, serious bodily injury. You can do that. It gets a little trickier once people are hundreds of feet away. Is that immediate fear? I don't know. It should be an objective standard, but oftentimes it is a case of a subjective standard where people come in and they play armchair quarterback and say, well, you should have done this, or why didn't you do that? And guess what? Unless you're the initial aggressor in most states, you can stand your ground. You shouldn't have to explain. And frankly, I think I saw a case that just came down. It was, I think it was a Colorado case. It was Court of Appeals, where it was a self-defense case. Guy gets convicted. And the prosecutors were basically trying to say, well, you could have done this, all these other steps you could have done. And that's not the law. The law is you are in fear of death or serious bodily injury. Boom. That's it. All the other stuff somehow intimates that you had to take other steps. Well, you could have done this. You could have walked away. You could have. Not the law. So, that's really what it comes down to. And, like I said, in this case of Mr. Kelly, dead guy was a good lick away. I think we're talking 2 football field lengths. Yeah, that's tough. That's immediate harm. I don't know about that. But I mean, this is the kind of case where you won't hear about it, and the defense certainly can't argue it. And Mr. Kelly may say, get up and testify. He has to get the self-defense instruction. It's kind of a jury nullification issue. That's really what it comes down to. Is it a jury nullification issue? Crime Talk, this man called 4 times for help. I believe he was concerned for his wife and farm. Tawanda, hey, I get you. I get you. I'd say not guilty. I'd give them, if it were up to me and I was king for the day, which I'm not, but if the legislature passed the law that you should be able to use deadly force to not only protect you and your loved ones, but your personal and real property, your real estate. Kind of the way it used to be. People come on your property. What are you doing here? You used to be able to shoot them, trespassing. I can't do that anymore. I think you'd see a huge decrease in crime if you could basically shoot people for thefts. And maybe that's a little extreme, but maybe you could at least use, some bodily force, maybe cause a little serious bodily injury, perhaps. I don't know. I don't even know why they have security guards in stores these days. People come in, they shoplift, they walk right out. Stores won't do anything because they're worried about getting sued. Okay, legislature, how about you pass the law? You can have your own security force protect those goods and properties because, the store, yeah, they pay for it, but they're going to pass those prices along. It's like anything in life. It's a tax. It's a tax that gets passed on to the honest people who are going to wind up paying it for it because in the form of higher prices. You need to pass something that says, hey, people come on your property and they weren't invited and you have a reasonable belief or a subjective belief that they were here to do you no good. If the law was that you should be able to shoot them, I'm kind of okay with that. I mean, I think it would really deter people from thinking twice. And I'm telling you this, ladies and gentlemen, as someone who has practiced uh, law for 29 years. Sorry, there was somebody talking over there. I was like, what is that going on? 29 years. I'm telling you, criminals look for the weak. They attack the weak. They attacked where they are going to find a soft target. They go into a home at night and burglarize it where they think the homeowner does not have a gun. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. What state? I mean, what circumstances is that not true? I don't care if we're talking states, you're talking terrorists, you're talking, some wackadoo gunman that goes in somewhere and does something. They never go to the armory. They never go to the gun store and start shooting those places up. They go to the soft targets. I've represented many a burglar over the years. What do you look for? Well, I look for to make sure, if somebody's home, that kind of get the feeling that they don't have firearms in there, that it's a reduced threat to themselves. And that's just, it's just reality. But everybody, in today's world, and I just get kind of tired of this. If we all had a big hug and kumbaya, we could all just get along and everything's going to be okay. But the reality of it is there is evil that exists in the world, ladies and gentlemen. It truly does. Now, there's a difference between evil, people that want to do bad things to you, and just outright pure evil. Okay. But you have to do it. I mean, I don't know. You can look at it all started kind of during that COVID time. Everything just went to kind of hell in a handbasket. And I think that, they just you need to be able to protect yourself. You need to protect your family. And there should be some sort of a presumption that, the person that shot somebody in self-defense, that, the state should have to obviously prove that it wasn't justifiable, which is, kind of the law now, but it really starts out on the other foot, so to speak, because when, somebody shoots somebody, you're presumed to be a criminal. They don't look at you as it was self-defense. That's just the way it is. So let's see here. I thought I'm old school. CCS, I'm old school. I believe in stand your ground. I mean, it is. I mean, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful. I've been through enough to let me disturb my peace. I'm normally off grid for anything in Victoria, Australia. I have an axe. Not allowed guns here. Oh, how do you pronounce? Graciela Gonzalez. Yeah. Well, Australia, I think they gave them up, didn't they? Didn't they basically say, yeah, you can do that? I mean, that's terrible. I mean, not, like I said, look at our U.S. Bill of Rights, first 10 amendments to the Constitution, first 10 steps to a dictator. That's what it comes down to. That's what every dictator's ever done. Every despot, dictator has ever done. King, control the press, control the religion, take away your guns, have limited rights as possible. The Australian government confiscated the guns. Yeah, and the people allowed it. Isn't that just scary? Like, why didn't the people rise up and vote? Because criminals, I guarantee you, they're going to have the guns, ladies and gentlemen. The criminals are always going to have the guns. Trust me. I represent people that are charged with crimes, and they have guns. It's not like they're running down to the local gun store and picking them up. No, when those guys go into a house and break in and steal from the house, they're looking for guns. Break into cars, they get a gun. They go down and sell it down on the the high crime district and they, get a couple $100 for it. Maybe swap it out for drugs or something along those lines. So I don't know. It is just a, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old, turned into that old curmudgeon, I guess, so to speak. But as I get older, it seems like all those common sense things that all the older people told you about, and you thought, oh, you're just some old guy. What do you know? Times are changing. Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And none of this stuff seems to be getting any better. And maybe I'm just a little bitter because I think I live in a nice part of town. Most of the homes, they're, close to $1 million or $1 million and above type of homes. But our good mayor thought that it'd be a good idea to put a homeless shelter for all these people in buying up hotels. And geez, they've had a 2,400% increase in crime. Gee, I wonder why that is. Can you imagine? I just can't imagine. But they can go spend $31 million on a hotel to put all these people in, and then they wonder why, why all this stuff comes about. Let's put all these people that have all these issues in one particular location. Not get them help. Let's just let them do their drugs and see what could possibly go wrong. I mean, they've had multiple attempted murders over there. They've had murders. And we're talking, a mile and a half from my house now. The crime has gone up 2,400%. Excuse me, because the mayor thought it'd be a good idea to put 1,000 people off the streets into hotel rooms. So sometimes they're giving the most undeserving, the most unwilling to accept help to do that. I'm not exactly sure why. Let's see here. What's this comment here? Don't forget the Canadian police were saying that the criminals. Oh, did I do that? Where'd it go? It's not staying up unless I hold it. We're saying that criminals have real guns, so put your car keys by the door so you don't get shot. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. It's a crazy world going on out there. And, the bottom line is, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Like I said, been doing criminal defense for a long time. Met a lot of criminals, some good people that made some mistakes, but I've also met a lot of career criminals. And I'm telling you, they look for the weak targets. Just like any military goes for a weak target where they're going to have the least amount of resistance to get the most impact. That's what criminals do. So you must take care of yourself. Be prepared to look out for yourself. And, I don't care. Somebody does something to you. Appeasement is never a good tactic. Fight like hell. Use your own common sense, but fight like hell. What's this here? Oregon. Let's see here. Look what they have done to Portland, Oregon. It's now a drug bucket crime scene. Real people can't visit anymore. Yeah, I always thought Oregon, Portland was, it's a beautiful area, but like, what the hell, man? I just never understood what they did. They decriminalized drugs. It's good in theory. Decriminalize drugs. I consider myself a very libertarian. You want to do your stuff, that's fine. I just don't want to pay for it. I don't want to have to clean up your mess afterwards. But when you start harming other people, like going to rob their stuff so you can go get your drugs, or sleeping out on the sidewalk and, defecating on the sidewalk, well, guess what? Now you're no longer in your own free will. You're doing it in your public space. So I got a real problem with that. They've, they decriminalized drugs, and now they're criminalizing them again because the great experiment just didn't work. You know, heck, if decriminalizing drugs was necessarily a good idea, we should decriminalize DUIs, right? People will just stop drinking and driving. We won't have any issues there. Like I said, I'm a very libertarian-minded type of person. Like I said, you can do what you want, but as soon as you harm other people, well, then you're doing what you want is everybody's problem at that point. So I just don't see how it's going to go very well. And and I understand the war on drugs was an absolute horrific failure because they went for the end users, and then they started, well, all right, we got the little street dealer, we got the guy doing the drugs down here, and then they start working their way up. You want to declare a war on drugs? You say, hey, Mexico, Colombia, wherever these drug cartels operate out of, you got 30 days to solve the problem, arrest everybody. If not, we're coming in and we're going to take care of it ourselves. Boom, problem solved. You got to go after the actual real source and cut off the head of the snake. Criminalizing it for, low-level users or recreational users doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And, you can only put drug dealers in prison for so long. So it's I don't know. I just think you have to go after the source of the problem. If you're going to declare a war, don't declare it on your own people. Declare it on the people that are bringing the poison into America. Like I said, Mexico, Colombia, you can't take care of that problem yourself. Don't worry. We'll send in the United States Marine Corps. We'll knock that stuff out. Give the Commandant 6 months to accomplish the mission. If you can't do it, we'll send somebody else in to do it. Bodie, I guess jury selection for Chad Daybell is done for the day. Yes, it is. But it should be back tomorrow morning. It'll be back to tomorrow morning. Right now we're on the break for George Allen Kelly, the 75-year-old rancher accused of shooting somebody on his property. It's, we have the defense attorneys cross-examining the medical examiner and going into kind of an angle of attack. I'm curious if they're going to have their own expert come in and kind of state what this means. And I get it. Sometimes you don't get every little thing from a particular witness. You're bringing in, the angle in which the bullet went through the back, which is a problem for Mr. Kelly. Shooting people in the back kind of indicates that maybe the threat was going away from you. Not saying I don't support Mr. Kelly. I'm just being a realist under the law, ladies and gentlemen. So, all right, we're back. Let's have the cross-examination continue.
With your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember we talked about something called stippling?
Yes.
Okay, let's slow that down a little bit and go back over that. What is it?
Stippling is a pattern of injury seen on the skin that's caused by unburnt gunpowder impacting the skin and leaving small punctate red-purple abrasions.
So if I was suicidal and if you look my way for 1 second and put a gun to my head, you would suspect in that scenario that you would see stippling on my scalp somewhere here, right?
No,
No?
I would be concerned if I saw stippling.
Okay, tell me why.
Stippling is seen in intermediate range gunshot wounds, not contact gunshot wounds.
Okay, would anything else be left there if it was contact like I illustrated?
Typically, we would expect to see a muzzle stamp or a muzzle imprint.
Okay, so you kept using the word intermediate range. Could you define that range again, please?
It's highly variable depending on the ammunition and the weapon. And the only way to know exactly distance from muzzle to target is to have the same ammunition and the same weapon and do repeated test firings.
Okay,
So when I'm giving numbers, it's general speaking, a couple of inches to typically 1.5 feet. Sometimes you'll see a little bit further.
so if I have a gun in my hand, which I'm using a pen, and I am standing back 3 feet and point a gun at this person, is it possible that you might not see this evidence of stippling? I thought I could speak louder.
Typically, you would not expect to see stippling at that range of muzzle to body.
Because why?
Because gravity would pull the burnt and unburnt gunpowder off prior to it impacting the body.
So you can't testify that someone wasn't standing in my proximity to the subject. This is the deceased here. You can't testify if me having a very high caliber, let's say some sort of big handgun, pointed at the person like I'm robbing them, okay? It's possible that could have happened too, correct?
Can you repeat or rephrase the question?
Is there any evidence that would dispute that I'm standing here few feet back from the subject, the deceased, having a handgun, pointing it at him, like as if I was robbing him? Is there anything that would dispute that happening based on your autopsy?
He was clothed.
Pardon?
He was clothed, so I wouldn't expect to see stippling on a clothed body anyhow, because the clothing is going to absorb the burnt and unburned gunpowder.
Okay, that was actually my next question. Thank you. Now let's go back to my question, but that was on my list. I'm going to creep up another small amount of space, okay? I'm holding a pen like it's a gun. I'm saying this for the court reporter. I know you can see what I'm doing. Or can. Is that better?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything about your medical examiner report that would dispute the fact that I had a gun? As if I'm using maybe I'm robbing the guy or whatever. That would contradict it. Assuming this is a pretty powerful handgun, is there anything that would dispute it that you see in your report?
That the distance of the gun from the body is within where you had it.
Yes.
Is that the question? Yes. No, that's possible.
Okay. So, as you moved on to my next question, and I'm gonna make sure I understand you. Having clothing on,
We think there might be some.
I'm sorry. Having clothing on you can obstruct any of the stippling from showing up on the body.
Yes, it would show up on the clothing, not the body.
Okay. And that's not something you would do, correct?
That's correct.
That you only do with the actual body itself.
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to go back to, well, actually, let me do this. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to enter into evidence defense AAA, who has already been identified and shown to this witness, which is the full report of the medical examiner's report. I would like to note that it is a medical report. It does identify itself through a affidavit that has been put on there long time ago. And the date of that report actually is, the affidavit is July 19th, 23. And she went through all the pages already to look at it. I've killed off a photo of the subject that I don't think is really part of the report that somehow got attached, so I took that off in all fairness.
Your Honor, I have no objection if the entire report, including the photo that she just took off.
Do you want that on?
Part of the whole photo. Yes, I'm
Okay. I have no problem.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, fence exhibit AAA.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish small portion of it. Investigator narrative. You did talk about earlier about getting information from law enforcement so that you could look at that information and then correlate with what you see in your examination, correct?
Yes,
And you said you did do it in this case, correct?
yes, probably.
Okay, and that has come in this report under the form of investigator narrative, because you didn't author that, right?
Correct.
That's what you relied on to get you started, correct?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it says. Some of it could be prior to the examination. Sometimes information comes in after.
Okay, so you could fall back on it if you need to based on your evaluation, or you could use it to get started.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna read it. It's very fine print. Put my flashlight on. This is January 30th, 23. An unidentified male was reportedly with a group of foreign nationals that were observed by a homeowner on his property. Yes, it's 2 of 5, about 17 down approximately. The homeowner indicated that the group was running parallel to the property and had long rifles on their possession. So pausing there for a second, hence your reason to believe that this could have been a rifle, could have came from the investigator, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Because you would have read this in the beginning at least once, right?
Prior to signing my report, if it was authored on the 30th, yes.
Thank you. He then allegedly pursued the group and engaged them, firing one shot from his AK-47 rifle. Now you've been identified a type of rifle, right?
Yes,
But only one shot is noted. And you have one shot, right?
correct.
But you didn't hear about the 8, 9 other shots in this case, did you?
I don't know the details.
Okay, let's keep going. 911 was contacted at 17:56 hours, and the decedent was located by deputies with Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office at 18:23. He was pronounced at 18:24 hours by Deputy Lopez. The decedent was, and that's where you get your time, right?
Correct.
The decedent was noted to have a defect to his right posterior, small print, aspect of the torso, as well as the defect to approximately the center upper anterior torso. No other defects were observed by the time the cause was reported, or the case was reported. Excuse me. To PCOME. However, the decedent had not been manipulated much. Didn't say not at all, it says much, right? You hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay. And in true best scenario, you wouldn't want the body to be manipulated in any way, correct?
Correct.
In order to preserve the potential evidence, the location of the decedent was in a flat area of the property and was approximately 100 yards from the physical residence. A Mexican voter identification card was located on the decedent with the name Gabriel Quinn Barrera and date of birth of 9/26/74. Information was obtained via telephonic interview with Deputy Barba from the sheriff's office. Additional information was obtained via, I don't know what, PCOME, preliminary death form completed by Deputy Barba. So you got all that information from Deputy Barba. Would that be fair to say it came through some sort of communication, teletype internet, some sort of form of technology?
If that's what's documented, yes.
Okay, and that's what I read, correct?
Yes.
And then you just add that to the report, this whole report, that information got added, right?
It's part of the case file.
Okay. And it said that the subject shot one time at this deceased. And so you rely on that as being possibility of what's happened, correct?
Yes.
Chance to look at my notes for a second. Was there any, what was the lab results?
Which lab?
Blood work, drugs,
Toxicology?
toxicology?
I don't have that part of the report. It was part of your document though. The toxicology screening positive findings included delta-9 THC at the level of 2.0 nanograms per milliliter from the femoral blood sample that was submitted to NMS labs.
What does that mean in English for someone that doesn't know lab work?
It's a metabolite of marijuana,
What does that mean, metabolite?
a breakdown product.
Okay, so there are signs of use of marijuana in his system.
Correct.
And is that a large amount, small amount, or does it matter?
The recording limit is 1.0. It's double that. As far as amounts, I don't have an opinion as to numbers. It's not something I typically.
There's another page, is that, there's nothing else further? Is that all that was found?
That's the only positive finding, correct?
Second to review my notes, Judge. pass away.
Dr. Tim, are you familiar with marijuana and the breakdown, the tablet of marijuana?
Not to the level of a forensic toxicologist, no.
Is THC or delta THC, is that the active ingredient or that's the breakdown of marijuana?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know.
That's fine. Let me ask you about your report that was entered, this lengthy report that has the photos, the CV, and your findings, and the toxicology report. In there, counsel read you the narrative about what was reported to have occurred on the day of January 30th. Remember that?
Yes.
And in that narrative, do you know who Officer Barba received the information from to fill that out? Do you know?
I do not, no.
It could very well have come from the defendant, right? You don't know. No information.
That's correct.
But you do have indication in the report about the use of, I want to make sure I read it right in the report. The use of a certain type of weapon that was used in this case, right? It said an AK-47. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Is the wound that you saw, the entry, the exit, and the damage inside the torso of the victim consistent with an AK-47?
yes.
I'm gonna go into the skeleton real quick. We have a lot of things with this demonstrative device here. One thing, let me just find it for it. I mean, you have covered exhibit 14. I'm gonna show you. Sorry, been admitted 14H. You recall that photo?
Yes,
And just remind the jury what that photo is again?
it's the inside of the right chest cavity, the area underlying the entrance wound, and it's showing the multiple rib fractures with the associated hemorrhage and the large defect in the chest wall.
First, I'm gonna come over to the skeleton here, and we've got this upright, vertical, perpendicular to the ground skeleton, right?
Yes,
You remember when defense counsel was using a pen to show where a possible entry was going to be conducted from a gunshot? Remember that?
yes,
Right? And this is assuming a lot of variables, correct?
correct,
Assuming the victim is upright, assuming someone is standing kind of right behind the skeleton here, right?
correct,
And shooting at an upward angle with a handgun.
right,
A lot of assumptions in this case, right? In this fact pattern, right?
yes,
Right. What I want to do though is talk about my 6, 7, 8 ribs, right?
correct.
Do you mind coming down and doing this again for me? Looking at that photo, 14H. Using 14H, remind the jury where that is on the body. So starting below the scapula, is that the scapula? That's the scapula. I know some anatomy. That's the scapula, so 6, 7, and 8, right?
Correct.
Looking at that entry wound, or that damage to the rib, explain to the jury the likely entry point or how that bullet comes into that body, the angle of that body.
It's taking out this whole area, the large area of defect affecting or fracturing all three of these ribs.
And what kind of angle are we talking about when it comes into that body? Is it the way your stick is showing now?
I don't know exactly how the bullet is when it enters the body. I know how the bullet traveled through the body.
Okay, so then walk the jury through. First question is, if it hits a rib, can there be, we've heard the word yawing or deflection. Can there be a possible deflection from that bullet?
Yes, ribs are hard materials, and so once it impacts a rib or 3 ribs, its trajectory is going to be altered in some way, shape, or form. It's not going to be continuing along that same trajectory as it had before it fractures those 3 ribs.
So it's possible, doctor, that a shot from this angle to the victim can hit this rib cage at kind of a level line and deflect upward out through the chest plate.
Yes,
That's a possibility, right?
it is.
All right, you can give me the stick. You can sit down too. Let me take that. In addition, doctor, to the skeleton, you got no information about what happened the day of January 30th, do you?
No,
You don't know how many shots were fired, what the victim, there's another victim in the case, what they testified to, you got no information.
no.
So hypothetically, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical, right? When most people hear a gunshot, what's the common reaction by most people when they hear a gunshot?
To duck.
To duck. So hypothetically, if someone hears 3 gunshots, their reaction would be
To get low.
to get low, right? And so it's not uncommon for, not sure this is gonna be working. It's not uncommon for this person to be ducking out of the way,
Take cover, yes.
to take cover. And you got no information about the number of rounds fired or which round hit this person, do you?
I do not know.
That's not an uncommon reaction when you hear 3 rounds fired, then to duck or cover, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
We also don't know the variable. We have a stationary skeleton in front of here, right?
Yes.
We don't know if this individual is moving or mobile, do we?
No.
That would change some of the variables in this case, right?
Yes.
Especially if someone's walking, skipping, or even running, that would change trajectory and how that bullet enters the body.
Objection, leading.
Would any of those variables impact the bullet with the body?
Yes.
We talked about on cross-examination about abrasions. You remember those questions? You saw some photographs.
Yes.
You don't know, you don't have any information from any other witness about what they observed the day of with this victim. Do you?
Objection, leading.
It's just a yes or no. You have no information.
That's leading.
I do not.
It's a yes or no.
First of all, there's objection, please hold off on the answer until I end the rule. It's a leading question. A leading question is a question that suggests the answer.
Do you have any information of what was testified about what happened to this victim on the day of January 30th?
No.
Did you see any photographs of the victim's pants?
Not that I recall. No.
You don't recall the victim's pants if they had holes in them?
No. I don't recall.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. I'm gonna show you a photograph in Defense Exhibit, I wanna say it's AAA, that's been admitted. You see that photograph?
I do,
Do you see the pants, right?
yes.
Based on the photograph, I can zoom in, any holes or anything on these pants? Kind of grainy, check out this.
It's hard to see, but nothing obvious, glaring.
The jury's gonna have the photograph in evidence. Let's talk about the time, the pronouncement of death. You remember the questions on cross-examination about the pronouncement of death?
Yes.
And pronouncement of death is, I think you tested, explain again what the pronouncement of death is.
It's when someone is examined and determined to be dead. And that is when the time of death, it's, for the state of Arizona, that's the accepted, agreed upon time of death.
Is that necessarily the time of the actual victim's death?
No, rarely, only in a hospital situation that the death is witnessed. Is it gonna be the exact time of death?
And you examined the body in this case, right?
I did,
On February 1st?
yes.
And if the time of death is 6:30 on January 30th, if the victim was killed 4 hours earlier, would your analysis of the body be consistent with a 4-hour earlier death?
Objection, speculation. She said she couldn't tell because of the length of time and the refrigeration that she didn't have that type of testing.
We talked about the cooling, putting bodies in coolers and things like that, right?
Correct.
We talked about the decompensation and rigor mortis and the time setting of that, right?
Yes.
Right, and I know you're not CSI here, we're not watching a 30-minute show here, so the answer is.
Objection to sidebar.
What's that?
Objection to sidebar.
I'm sorry, I would, no, it's my objection.
The objection. Requesting a sign.
No, it's to me, Your Honor, my narration. It's my narration, I strike that. So let me go to the question about decompensation and rigor and so forth, right? When someone's shot and killed and say they died, not the pronouncement, they died, what's the timeline for the jury about what's going on with the human body?
So the three things that we talked about is algo mortis, the cooling of the body after death. That's gonna happen right away, instantly, until the body reaches ambient temperature, meaning room temperature, the temperature of the air around it. So typically the body is warm to touch. Most people are warm. And then over a period of time, it's gonna get cool. Well, that's dependent on the environment that the body is in, underlying reason for the death. Those sorts of things all impact the algor mortis. Livor mortis is the pooling of the blood. Again, that happens, typically you can see it on the skin surface within 30 minutes to a couple of hours, it's gonna be evident. At about 12 hours, it becomes what I call fixed, right? Where you push it, it no longer goes away. Prior to that, you're gonna push it, it's gonna blanch. So about 12 hours, it becomes fixed and it stays fixed, it doesn't ever change. So if I push on a body on the livor mortis lividity on the body, and it's fixed, I know that person has been dead at least 12 hours, give or take, right? All these other things play a role, but that's generally speaking what we see. And the last of those is rigor mortis. That's the stiffening of the muscles after death. Usually that's gonna set in within an hour or two. After someone dies, you're gonna start to notice in the smaller muscles first, they're gonna become stiff. So you're gonna see it in the jaw, feel it in the jaw and the fingers first. And then it moves into the larger muscle groups and it becomes firmer over a period of time up until that 10 to 12 hour mark again, when it reaches maximal strength, right? So at 12 hours, the jaw is going to be really firmly closed in that it will take a lot of force to open it. It's going to take a lot of force to break the muscle rigidity in the arms and legs. But that does pass over time. So it reaches its maximal around 12 hours and then it starts to dissipate. And eventually, as the other decomposition processes start, then it goes away altogether and the body becomes very flaccid. But you'll have also green discoloration of the body, bloating, skin slip. All those things are going to be starting as well as when the rigor mortis is passing, this stuff starts to happen.
So you pretty much have a pretty solid understanding of what happens to a body after death. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So if someone come across a dead body, a body has been shot or whatever it is, and hypothetically touch the body, no pulse, but the body is still warm, can you determine in a period of time if the body is still warm when the death happened?
Within a couple of hours, probably, if it hasn't, if it's in it depends on the environment that it's in again.
Sure, just a second, Your Honor. So all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from any of the jurors? All right. See at least one. Jurors can ask questions. I'm sure you're familiar with that. So here's some of their questions. Question number one, is internal pooling of blood consistent with the body being prone or supine during the time of death?
So the blood that was pooled within the body cavities, the two cavities that there was blood was the sac around the heart and in the right chest cavity. There was blood in there because of the gunshot wound injuries. The body, when it arrived to our office and at the time of examination, is going to always be in a supine position until we move it in a different position. And so it's shifting, but for the most part, once we take custody of the body, it's going to be in a supine position. So it's going to be pooled at the back of those surfaces just because of gravity.
So, I mean, but the question was directed to whether or not you can state an opinion based on experience, knowledge, and training about whether pooling of blood has any reflection on whether the body was prone or supine during the time of death. This juror is trying to get more information about whether the body, whether there's evidence that you can testify to as to whether the body was supine or prone during the time of death. At the time of death.
I do not know.
Right, another question, is the internal wound consistent with the bullet tumbling inside the body?
I don't know. I just know the path that it took.
Another question, are there any definitive findings with internal organs that show that blood has not moved since cell death in the organs, parentheses, I'm trying to determine if body organs show the body was prone or supine at the time of cell death or during cell death. This particular question is directed towards the organs. The organs. So is there any definitive findings with internal organs that show that blood has not moved since cell death in the organs?
After the heart stops beating, the blood is not moving anywhere other than when we reposition the body, which again is in that prone position. So the blood is going to be pooled in the organs on the same way that it pools on the skin surface as well.
A couple more questions. In your opinion, and all of these questions is, obviously if you know or if you have a good basis to know and a foundation to know. If you don't know, that's obviously a fine answer. But the question is, in your opinion, is the path of the entry wound consistent with a shot from long or short range?
I don't know. It's not a contact wound.
Another question, in your opinion, is the entry wound consistent with a straight shot or at an angle?
The bullet takes an upward angle in the body. The trajectory of the bullet in the body is right to left, back to front, and upward within the body.
And that's within the body.
Correct. I do not know outside of that.
All right, very well. Excellent questions. I'll hand the questions to the clerk, and the lawyers can ask follow-up questions to the questions of the jurors. Mr. Jen.
Real briefly, Dr. Tim, on the movement of the body, you've handled countless autopsies, correct?
Correct.
You've handled from when the body was found at scene and then is transported to coroner's office, right?
Yes.
That body has to be picked up, put in a body bag, and shipped, right?
Yes.
A lot of movement goes on, right?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Thanks. Any additional questions?
In relationship to that same question, I guess if I understood your answer, due to the movement of the body, the blood is moving due to gravity in the position that it's placed in, correct?
Yes.
So it's hard to say how it was closer at time of death.
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Any more questions or follow-up questions from any of the jurors for this witness? See none. Is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Doctor. Step down for excuse. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Yeah, approach the.
Yes. And while they're doing that, so you've heard objections that I've been ruling upon, or one of the frequent objections, more frequent than others anyway, has been leading. So let me explain what that is. A leading question is a question that suggests the answer as opposed to being open-ended. So cookie's missing from the cookie jar. Mom says to Billy, Billy, isn't it true that your brother Bob stole the cookies from the cookie jar? The answer, the question suggests the answer, that is Bob. A non-leading question would be, Billy, do you know who stole the cookies from the cookie jar? Open-ended. And if he says yes, then non-leading follow-up question would be, who stole the cookies from the cookie jar, as opposed to, it was Bobby, right? Now, non-leading questions, when a party calls a witness, they're not allowed to ask leading questions. It's their witness. They can ask open-ended questions. Either party. Cross-examination, a lawyer can ask leading questions. So that's where these objections come. Again, it's not a reflection on anyone's questioning here, any of the lawyers. It's just been a frequent objection, so we do it in front of you, so I wanted you to have some understanding of what we're doing. Right. Thank you for your patience, and you can call your next witness.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do.
If you would please come over here and take a seat on the witness. Good. Whatever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you just briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Tara Helsel.
Do you mind if I call you Tara?
That's totally.
Hi, Tara. Where are you from?
I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You flew in this morning, right?
I did, yes.
Long flight?
A little bit.
Excuse me, not your fault. I don't think your microphone's on.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
And Tara, can you spell your name for the court reporter? Your last name too.
Yes, first name Tarah, last name Helsel.
What do you do for a living, Tara?
I am a forensic scientist and the manager of the forensics department at a company called RJ Lee Group.
What does RJ Lee Group do?
So RJ Lee Group is a materials characterization laboratory, and it has a lot of different departments that offers a pretty wide range of scientific testing services. For example, we have a chemistry department that does things like water testing. We have a group that analyzes concrete, and we have many other departments. However, we also have a small criminal forensics department, which is the group that I am a part of.
What does that small forensic group do?
We specialize in gunshot residue analysis.
And what's gunshot residue analysis?
So gunshot residue analysis is basically looking for particles that result from the discharge of a firearm, specifically particles that originate from the primer, which is one of the parts of a cartridge.
If I just use GSR for short, that's gunshot residue, would that be an okay abbreviation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so GSR, how many cases have you worked on doing a GSR analysis?
I have done analysis in over 700 cases, analyzing over 4,000 samples.
How long you been doing that?
A little over 7 years now.
And what was your background before that?
I had a Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science from Waynesburg University, and then following graduating, I started at RJ Lee Group.
No one knows where Wayne's College is at. We just know where U of A is at. So where is Wayne's College at?
Waynesburg University is in southwestern Pennsylvania. It's kind of close to the West Virginia border.
Sorry, Waynesburg.
Waynesburg, yes.
Were you asked to do, you don't work for Santa Cruz County, do you?
I don't know.
And in your practice with RJ Lee, do you often get hired by jurisdictions to do GSR analysis?
Yes, absolutely. Our laboratory does gunshot residue analysis for agencies all throughout the United States and also beyond.
And were you asked to do anything work in this investigation?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do, Tara?
I was asked to analyze a gunshot residue collection kit for gunshot residue analysis.
All right, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna get, actually, I think I can have you do it, Tara. Do we have some scissors over here? All right, I'm gonna have you do it. You don't mind doing the work?
Sure.
Yeah, put these guys on. I'm showing you up there as you get set up to do it is State Exhibit 130. Cut away. Judiciously though. And for the record, the witness is opening Government Exhibit 130. Do you recognize the tape on that, Tara?
I do, yes.
Is that your tape?
Yes, this is the evidence tape that I put over the box upon completing the analysis.
And how do you know it's your evidence tape?
So over top of where the tape meets the box are my initials and then the date in which I sealed it.
And can you look inside there?
Yes.
What's inside there?
So inside of there is
You don't have to pull it, just tell us what's inside there.
is this basically this bubble wrap bundle.
And what, do you know what's in the bubble wrap bundle?
Within there would be the gunshot residue kit that I analyzed.
Your Honor, I'm gonna move to admit Government Exhibit 130 as evidence.
Can I get, sorry, can I get clarity? Is it to the box or to the contents?
Obviously, the contents of the box. You wanna open
May I
that?
approach the box and look inside?
Sure.
Thank you.
Just keep it low, Tom. Keep it low.
No objections, Your Honor.
Exhibit 130 is admitted.
All right, Tara, can you just take stuff out of there then? And
Yes. So this bag was inside of the bubble wrap.
do you recognize that bag?
Yes.
That your bag?
This bag was not ours. This bag was originally sent with the evidence.
Oh, okay. So can you open that bag?
Yes.
And inside that bag, what do we have?
This is the gunshot residue collection kit that I received in this case.
And what goes in a kit?
So this kit is composed of a number of stub samples. They're basically small vials that have an adhesive sampler inside that would, in theory, be dabbed onto an area of interest and attempt to pick up any particles that might be present.
Okay, and how many samplings are in there?
There should be 5.
Well, if you want.
Should I open it?
Okay.
Yes, there are 5.
Are they marked in any way?
Yes, they are marked with the numbers that were written on them when I received them, which is 1 through 5. And then whenever I received them, I also put on an RJ Lee Group sample label for each one. And those labels are also present.
This is one of those situations, just for the court's record, is foundations can be laid layered on the samplings. Those samplings come from, did it indicate where the samplings come from?
On the labels I put on, yes.
Where?
So sample number 1 is labeled as jacket 1. Sample number 2 is labeled as jacket, parentheses 2. Sample number 3 is from pants. Sample number 4 is from shirt. And then sample number 5 is a collection blank.
And what's a collection blank? Blank?
Blank,
Blank,
yes.
B-L-A-N-K.
Yes.
What's a collection blank?
So a collection blank is basically done to ensure that contamination is not occurring during collection. Generally speaking, may be left open to the environment during collection to show that there were not particles in that environment. However, since I didn't collect the sample, I can't say for certain how it was used in this case.
Okay, but you received those from the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
Do you remember the officer? Did it indicate anywhere in your report who sent those to you?
I cannot recall the name offhand.
Would your report help you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Your permission to approve? Government Exhibit 40. I should have Government Exhibit 40.1. That refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Who sent those to you?
Detective Mario Barba,
Does it say what agency?
the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Just so I have it written down, 1 and 2 samples come from the jacket, number 3, the pants,
Yes,
4, a shirt,
yes,
and 5 is a blank.
correct.
Kind of like a control group, like a control.
Yes, that would be another term for a control.
Okay, and you did a GSR analysis on those 4, or did you do it on the blank one too?
Yes, on all of the samples, including the blank.
So you do a GSR analysis on all 5 of those samples.
Yes,
What's your results on that?
they were all negative for gunshot residue.
And what does that mean, in your opinion?
Basically, it just means that gunshot residue wasn't present on the samples. I can't say why there were not particles there, but just simply that there were no particles there.
One of the reasons, so I just to be completely forthright, one of the reasons is the sampling had blood on it, right? One of the shirts had blood on it?
So I didn't receive the actual garments. I received the samples that were collected.
Okay. What does blood do?
So blood can mask gunshot residue. So if there is blood on a surface, it could cover up particles that may be present so that you wouldn't be able to see those particles.
But those 5 vials, those samples showed the jacket, 2 of them were the jacket, pants, shirt, and the sample, no GSR.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is the distance that gunshot residue might show up?
So that really varies. Typically, the cloud of particulate that is expelled during a discharge can travel several feet, usually within about 4 to 6 feet. However, environmental conditions can also make that travel farther. And then in addition to that, there are some particles not from that cloud, but actually on the bullet that can travel farther distances.
If I have gunshot residue on my left sleeve here as I'm pointing to my left arm and I brush hard enough and everything, could I affect whether there will be any signs of it?
Yes, gunshot residue can be easily removed. So things like environmental factors or activity can cause particles to be removed from a surface.
And if I take my right arm that still has particles and rub it against my co-counsel like I'm doing here and illustrating, is it possible that the gunshot residue would show up on her jacket?
Yes, so just like gunshot residue is easily removed, it's also easily transferable from surface to surface.
What is the reasonable time that you would, based on your knowledge, that one should do this testing?
It really depends. So, it depends on the circumstances. So, studies have shown that with normal activity, gunshot residue on the hands will be removed within about 5 hours or so. With clothing, it really depends. If there are particles on a garment and that garment remains undisturbed, the particles will remain indefinitely because they don't break down or degrade. However, if that garment is subject to much activity, coming into contact with things, handling, all of those could be factors that could remove particles.
If the clothing tested was put in a bag for storage together, rubbing upon each other, could that affect the result?
It could cause particles to move from garment to garment if they are all bagged together.
If I brushed off my right arm onto my co-counsel, could it remove it from my right arm and now only be on her jacket?
Yes, it would depend on how many particles are there and the extent of activity, but yes, that could be possible.
The gunshot residue needs to have exposure to an item in order for it to possibly show up on it, correct?
Yes, so if gunshot residue is on something, it's from either being near the discharge of a firearm or from coming into contact with something with gunshot residue on it.
Now you tested, what was the date of your testing?
So the testing was done in July of 2023. So the report was July 25th, so it would have been probably within the days leading up to that.
So you said July or June? I'm sorry,
July.
Thank you. So this is close to 6 months after the date of the offense, which has been noted here as January 30th. Did you know that?
I did not.
Okay. Let me strike that. More reasonably would be, if you're going to test, you should have tested closer to the date of the offense would be a better choice, correct?
Once the samples are collected, no, because the particles don't break down or degrade. They're not going to go anywhere. So as soon as those items are contained, whether it's the samples or the articles, whether they're tested immediately or months later, that's not going to change.
What date was the collection made?
I'm not sure what the date of collection was.
Do you have anything in your report that says it?
Not the date of collection because we did not perform the collection.
So you don't know if it was collected in June,
I don't.
May?
I don't.
So if it hadn't been collected early, that could affect the lack of results, correct?
Not from the garment, because if the garments themselves are contained, again, those particles aren't going to go anywhere. So, for example, we've tested garments that have been in storage for a decade and have found gunshot residue particles on them.
If these clothing items that you tested was placed in a plastic bag and moved around, could those particles, if they're there, show up on the plastic bag rather than the clothing?
Depending on the extent of activity and how many particles are there, yes, that would be possible.
Now, we have seen what appears to be a gunshot close to the back, a little bit to the side. That's the entrance wound, okay?
Okay.
All right, and you don't know that, right?
No.
Okay. Now I want to show you something. It's marked, but I'm not going to be, just want to discuss this so you can see it first, okay?
Okay.
All right. Any personal witness? And just for the record, it is marked as defense HH. I just want you to look at it and then I'll ask you a question in a minute, okay?
Okay.
Tell me when you have a chance to examine it. Okay. Now I pointed to an item. It's not admitted yet. It's a photo in this case. of a backpack, correct?
Correct.
And would you say that's a pretty good sized backpack?
I would say so, yes.
Kind of plump, looks kind of fat, typical height of a backpack, right?
Yes,
And backpacks are usually worn on your back, right?
I would presume so, yes.
So if I have this size of a backpack covering my back, wouldn't it be smart to test the backpack for gunshot residue rather than clothing underneath the backpack?
It could be helpful. It would depend, again, on the circumstances.
Well, let's make this more clear. If this backpack was on a subject, okay, that is now deceased, following me?
Yes,
Okay. And it's kind of wide and it's about yay high. I'm reflecting, I don't know, 3 feet tall or whatever. If it's covering up the clothing, like the jacket or the shirt, isn't it possible, well, isn't it true that gunshot residue cannot penetrate through this backpack to land on the items below it?
correct. If there were particles, basically dispersing that area, and that backpack is the outermost garment, that could block the particles from getting to lower layers.
And you were never given a backpack, were you?
I was not.
You received a jacket, correct?
I didn't receive the jacket. I received samples that were labeled as coming from the jacket.
How big are those samples?
They are small vials. They are the vials in front of me.
Can you hold one up again?
Yes. They're these small vials.
Does it tell you on those vials where it came from?
So
The clothing?
that information was provided to me from Detective Barba. So the samples were labeled 1 through 5. He clarified to me which of each sample came from. So he clarified that 1 and 2 were from the jacket, 3 was from pants, 4 was from a shirt, and the 5th was a collection blank.
You don't know where on the item?
No,
So far as you know, they're underneath the backpack.
yeah, I can't speak to the circumstances around the items or the collection, as I only received samples that were already collected.
And whatever customers that come and need your assistance in your lab, they don't tell you when they collected it?
Not always, no.
Would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. That's not going to change whether or not gunshot residue is present on the surface.
So this is not necessarily scientific or conclusive, it's just more of a helpful tool.
It is scientific in that it's based on a scientific analysis, but basically this analysis can just tell you whether or not particles are present. It can never say why there are or are not particles, or what scenarios could have caused this result.
Pass the witness.
Read representation.
Terry, you saw the image that defense counsel showed you of the backpack?
Yes,
Yeah, and that looked like a school backpack?
it just looked like a standard backpack.
And do you know the collection procedures that Detective Barba used?
I don't.
Or the determination of which samples to send to you?
No.
That's for Detective Barba, right?
Correct.
Your job was to look at those 5 vials and see if there's any gunshot residue, right?
Correct.
You know what bullet wipe is?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
What is bullet wipe?
Basically, it is from basically the passage of a bullet through a garment.
Do you know if there was any bullet wipe found in this case?
I don't know.
That's all the question I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness from the jurors? Very well. Juror number 10, I read this one word as experimenting. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, question from one of the jurors. Is your determination done by empirical, experimenting, or with literature?
So the basis of the analysis, there's plenty of literature around the history of this type of analysis. Basically, we use an instrument called the scanning electron microscope to analyze these samples and looking for the presence of combinations of lead, barium, and antimony, which are specific to the discharge of a firearm. But all of that is based on really decades of literature and research in the industry.
Follow-up questions from the question of the juror.
Yeah, sure. Tara, would that be considered generally accepted scientific procedures and methods?
Yes.
Any follow-up questions from the defense?
No, sir.
May this witness be excused.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You can sit down and be excused. I just talked to counsel. We're going to take our evening recess. Remember the admonition of the court. We will begin again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Please be in the jury room at 8:30 punctually. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
We rise to the court.